Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all here tonight. This is Tuesday, June 27th. It's not July 27th, thankfully. Welcome. We are going to start off, I believe, as we usually do, with a reading by our poet laureate, Liza Wolfe Francis. I see you in the back. Come on up, Liza. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Town Council. I just wanted to start before speaking to say thank you for the Town Council members for all being here and for the work you do. It's hard work. It's many hours of work, and I appreciate you. I also want to say thank you to all the people who've come tonight to the meeting and who come to the meetings weekly and who watch them at home. I think I honor your passion and your voices, and I'm very proud to be a part of this town, and I hope you are too. And I want to just, before I start my poem, I brought this poem especially tonight because it's the last meeting before the summer, and then the council will reconvene again in the fall, early fall. And I just wanted to kind of be bringing attention to the people we are within and the kindness that we bring and the reason we're here and having compassion for each other and kindness. This is a poem by Naomi Shihab Nye. Some of you may know her. And she was born in St. Louis, Missouri. Her father was a Palestinian refugee and her mother was an American of German and Swiss descent. And she writes that the primary source of poetry for her has always been local life, random characters met on the streets, her own ancestry sifting down to us through small, essential daily tasks. And this one is called Famous by Naomi Shihab Nye. The river is famous to the fish. The loud voice is famous to the silence, which knew it would inherit the earth before anybody said so. The cat sleeping on the fence is famous to the birds watching him from the birdhouse. The tear is famous, briefly, to the cheek. The idea you carry close to your bosom is famous to your bosom. The boot is famous to the earth, more famous than the dress shoe, which is famous only to floors. The bent photograph is famous to the one who carries it, and not at all famous to the one who is pictured. I want to be famous to shuffling men who smile when crossing streets, sticky children in grocery lines, famous as the one who smiled back. I want to be famous in the way a pulley is famous, or a buttonhole, not because it did anything spectacular, but because it never forgot what it could do. Thank you. I'll have a good night.
Thank you, Liza. All right. Let's see. I have a proclamation to share. And Mr. Manager, is J.G. Ferguson with us tonight?
Yes, he's here.
Thought I saw him.
There he is, yes.
Everybody, J.G. Ferguson is the recently hired director of our Department of Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources. So welcome to J.G. Thanks for being here tonight. This is a proclamation for Recreation and Parks Month. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the National Park and Recreation Association designated the theme of this year's celebration as Where Community Grows. Hashtag Where Community Grows, of course. And whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities because they help establish and maintain good quality of life, they contribute to the health of residents, and they support the economic and environmental well-being of the community and the region. And whereas parks and recreation programs promote healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation for residents with disabilities, and improve the physical and emotional health of all residents. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, produce habitat for wildlife, add to the ecological beauty of the community, and provide spaces for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the town of Carrboro strives to maintain safe and healthy park amenities for all ages, and the town strives to offer a comprehensive recreation program, including youth and adult classes, youth and adult athletic leagues, camps, workshops, clinics, community events such as Carrboro Day, the Freight Train Blues Concert Series, the Chapel Hill Carrboro Juneteenth celebration, the July 4th celebration, which is coming up next week. Please come out. The Carrboro Music Festival, West End Poetry Festival, the Halloween Carnival, and the Carrboro Film Festival. And whereas the town's Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources Department is committed to advancing racial equity and is evaluating its programs, facilities, and services using the racial equity assessment lens within the One Orange Racial Equity Framework. And whereas the dedicated employees of the Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources Department have an average of 19 years of service in providing excellent programs and amenities to grow our community. Now, therefore, I, Damon Siles, Mayor of the town of Carrboro, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim July 2023 to be Recreation and Parks Month in Carrboro. I encourage all residents to enjoy our parks and natural areas, to take advantage of classes, camps, programs, and events provided by the Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources Department, and to share appreciation and thanks with the department's many dedicated employees and volunteers. Thank you for being here.
Mayor and Town Council, thank you for your support of continuing to support recreation and parks in our community and our leadership as well. It's very valued and appreciated by staff as well. We have a great staff here who works very hard for the citizens of Carrboro, provide all the events that you just read off and programming. They do a fantastic job. And again, I appreciate your support and supporting us as well. So thank you. Thank you.
As I mentioned in the proclamation, next Tuesday is July 4th. The town has its usual celebrations planned for the town commons most of the day. I encourage you to look on the town's website for information about that. And I want to give a special plug to this year's community reading of the Frederick Douglass iconic speech, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July." It goes by some other names as well. This will be the town's 10th anniversary reading of that speech. So I hope that you all come out to the Century Center at noon on the 4th. Okay. We also have today a resolution to consider by the council, which has been brought forward by Councilmember Nowell. Danny, it was included in the packet, but you're welcome to summarize or read the resolution into the record, whatever you choose to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to summarize here. I'm really happy to bring this resolution in support of UPS Teamsters in their current contract negotiations. The UPS Teamsters have authorized a potential strike in their current contract negotiations. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters represents UPS drivers across the country. And UPS drivers currently carry 6% of the nation's GDP worth of goods. And so this negotiation that they're going through in the wake of COVID-19, UPS is reporting record profits, like many corporations are, and the Teamsters are negotiating to end the practice of two-tier driver classification, which is treating some employees as not quite full-time and others as full-time. Pretty common labor exploitation practice. And I feel really strongly about this just because one of the things that we often see from behind the dais is that so often working within the systems that we work in, trying to support people really laying it on the line to make this kind of change outside of the political arena is, I think, one of the most impactful things that we can do, both like from here and from there. And because too, for as tired as I think we all sometimes get of awareness, this strike could go into effect on August 1st. And the resolution does call for town staff to look into ways to avoid crossing this picket line. And we're really urging Carrboro also to just make sure that you are in a position to not cross the picket line. If UPS drivers do strike, it will be the largest organized labor strike in 50 years. So, these drivers are, if you work for a living, they are fighting for you. And members of the organizing committee were not able to be here tonight to do a more formal award of the resolution because it's a risk to their jobs. And so I think, I just want to thank the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the UPS organizers, the organizing committee. I want to thank the council for the support of this. It means a lot to have a town that is willing to take a stand on this. And I want to thank our staff, too, for looking into what it will take to prevent us from crossing this picket line. I hope you all do the same and, just be prepared to talk to your friends and loved ones about why we are so grateful for these organizers. So thank you.
Danny, I'll take that as a motion to introduce the or to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Moved by Danny, seconded by Eleazar, that we approve the resolution as printed in the packet. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The resolution is adopted unanimously. Thanks, Danny. Okay. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to the announcement of upcoming meetings.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just got a couple upcoming meeting announcements. First, on June 28th, tomorrow, June 28th, we have the Racial Equity Commission meeting, and that'll be at 6 p.m. at the Bim Street Building, 108 Bim Street. Also, tomorrow, June 28th, we have a Board of Adjustment meeting at 7 p.m., and that'll be held here in the council room at Town Hall. And then next week, on July 3rd, I believe that's Monday, the Community Safety Task Force will be meeting at 7 p.m., also at 108 Bim Street.
Thanks, Wesley. I'll just mention, and by way of publicizing other town events, this Friday, Chapel Hill and Carrboro will celebrate the end of Pride Month. We have been doing another year together, partnering on Small Town Pride. Chapel Hill kicked it off at the beginning of the month. Carrboro is going to close it out with a party and food truck rodeo on the town commons. That'll be this Friday, starting 4:35 or so. So come out after work if you want to join the party. Any other town meetings or events to announce? Susan?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of events I wanted to share. One is a community gathering, another community gathering in my neck of the woods in Winmore. And this will actually be tomorrow. It is hosted by Carrboro's Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources Department, as well as Grow for Life. Free games, art, crafts. Everybody is welcome tomorrow from 9 to 10:30. So a fun activity for the kids, and it's all free. I also wanted to mention that the engagement process for the Bowling Creek Greenway is now underway. So we are very anxious to hear from community members on the different alignments that are being proposed for phases 3 and 4 of the Greenway. For all those who want to learn more and to weigh in on your preferred option for the alignment, you can visit the town website at townofcarrboro.org. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. All right. We'll move on then to public comment. We have several folks signed up to speak this evening. And so I've tried to I'll go basically in the order people signed up, but I've tried to group things by topic. So I'm going to start with Katie Kenlin. Is Katie here? Katie, welcome. And then we'll go on to Linda Hawk. And I'll just let folks, those of you who've been here know this, but those of you who are new, maybe not, we do ask speakers to limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes. I will set a timer and stop you abruptly.
Good. I know it can get boring after 1 minute. Well, thank you, Carrboro Town Council, for this opportunity to speak on Bowling Creek Greenway. My name is Katie Kenlin. I am actually a Chatham County Commissioner, but I'm here tonight because I have spent almost a decade working in Carrboro along Bowling Creek in the area that you're considering as a part of this new trail. And I'm an environmental educator, and my expertise is actually how to best connect people to develop values of land stewardship. So I would just ask that you consider when looking at how to best do this greenway that there is value in having wild spaces in urban areas. Creating more impervious surfaces is, I think, really counterproductive in how you connect people with the environment. And there are a lot of children and families who have access to this area, and it will be forever altered to have it paved. So I just really appreciated Councilmember Romaine saying that you are anxiously awaiting our response to the survey. I really look forward to connecting that with the hundreds of families that I have actually brought down to this area that really enjoy having a peaceful area to have access to right in their backyard. I think that's really rare in an urban area. So thank you for that time.
Thank you, Katie. Next is, okay. The other rule I forgot to mention is that we're not doing applause. We want to make sure we're maintaining a respectful environment for all speakers, regardless of their perspective. So appreciate you helping us out with that. So we'll go to Linda next, and then up after Linda will be Cliff Hawk. Welcome, Linda.
I'm Linda Hawk. Am I supposed to give my address?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I want to talk about stormwater in Carrboro, and particularly this month. And so this is Bowling Creek. We did. Okay, so I have a video, but it isn't working here. I would think maybe we want to call it Bowling River. You can actually see that it is extremely high. It was 45 feet over its banks towards the Bowling Forest Phase 2. I don't know about anywhere else. I do know no one could have crossed it. I do know the bridge that was there was washed away. There was white water, basically, rolling water. There are trees that come down and go along the creek. I have rescued a dog and a boy in the past who were caught on the other side of the creek. So everybody loves a greenway. There is nobody in Carrboro, I think, who doesn't like a greenway, even though there are people who accuse other people of not liking that. But anyway, just not in the wrong place. Okay, next one. This is Dry Gulch Creek, no longer appropriately named given the development in the top of the neighborhood where the Cedars is and Pacifica. It is now a raging river itself, and as you can see, it is encroaching on private property. And you can see the velocity and how dangerous it could be to be caught in that. Carrboro is one of the lowest parts of Orange County, as I understand it, and that means we have flooding. This is the kind of debris that is left along Bowling Creek Trail that is not paved at this point in time and that would need to be maintained. And there's apparently no money. We've talked about no cost estimates, but this is the kind of debris. This is Melody Joy Kramer. I know she's here somewhere, who seems to be the editor of the Triangle blog. This is a fact check on my part as a reporter. The planned greenway is in a sewer easement, which is already cleared of trees. That's because tree roots could hurt existing sewage pipes. This is tree roots on the Bowling Creek Trail. The sewer manhole is just past there. So they're all along this trail. If you cut those roots, the trees will die eventually. Not right away, but eventually. Or later you will see also what will happen. This is your 1B. These are issues already that you will experience along Bowling Creek if you pave really in the deep of the forest on 3 and 4. On the left, you see Cliff is...
Thank you, Bridge. Thank you, Linda.
Cliff is next, right?
Cliff is next.
It's going to seem his time to me.
Okay. So, Linda, we've had a lot of people signed up to speak tonight.
I know, but I really want to go
3
through
minutes.
this, and he is going to cede his time to me, and he has the right to cede his time to me.
So we're not doing that. We're not going to do that this time.
You can't do that, Damon. That is against the rules. He was signed up to speak. Cliff?
Cliff is welcome to speak for his 3
Okay,
minutes.
well, then he can finish it.
Thank you.
It is pretty much shutting down the process of reality and the truth, which is what is going on in this town. So
We're glad to
just
listen to you for
FYI.
your 3 minutes,
go
just
ahead.
like everyone else. Thank you. Cliff, welcome.
So in addition to the siltgrass that you see on the left, in the middle you see part of the an already paved portion, and it's cracking in the middle, and that we'll see other examples of that further in the presentation. On your right you have a fence that's supposed to control some of the runoff, but as we'll see also, it's not working. This is the bridge near MLK and Estes Drive extension. And this was during, I believe it was last Friday, during the rains. And the creek is, I don't know, that's probably 10 feet above where the water typically is. Here is the tunnel near the Umstead Park, and you can see the mud that's washed down from the hillsides and also up from the creek. And here's other examples. The two photos on either side are the hillside coming down to that portion of the trail. And you can see that a large portion of the silt is washed down from those hillsides onto the paved concrete. Also, there's in the center is the edge of the concrete, and you can see that the water is starting to undermine that, and it will have to be further armored in the future in order to keep it in place. Those are the steps that we saw in the previous photo, and you can see they're about 6 inches high, and that's how much silt is brought up from the creek and down from the hillside. And there's another example of the concrete, and you can see that it's beginning to fail. And that's been there like 10 years, I think, at most. These are other portions, other photographs. Again, more silt grass on the left. This is the tunnel, inside the tunnel. And if you look very closely, you can see, well, I think it's actually above the photograph here, is where the level of the water was when it was flooded. Now, this is a path between the high school and the middle school. And you can see that the maintenance is done there is to highlight tree roots peeking through the surface by painting them in white so that people won't
Thank you, Cliff.
kill themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just leave you with this.
Thanks for being here tonight. Next
Well,
up on
thanks
the
for
list,
changing the rules.
I say at the beginning of every meeting that each person has 3 minutes to speak, and we're more than happy to listen to you for your 3 minutes. Thank you for being here. Next to speak is Matthew Leopold, and then after that will be Mary Beth Nagel. Matthew, welcome.
Thank you, Council. I really appreciate your time. I just wanted to come and voice my opinion as you are soliciting for phases 3 and 4. I have been using the area in and around the creek for 35 years since my family moved here in 1987. And for the last 4 years, I've had the pleasure of taking my kids there all the time. And I just want to say that I think it's really important to not have more paved areas in the creek area. So between things running into stormwater running into the creek, between accelerating stormwater, between just having more impervious surfaces, I think it's incredibly important for the kids to be able to have more dirt to play in and be able to go in and out of the creek without having that concrete and all of the things that come with it. I do think it's important to have access, but I just want to encourage considering options that do not include paving along the stormwater sewer. So, thank you.
Next is Mary Beth Nagel. And after that will be Tom Caduce. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mary Beth Nagel. I'm a new resident of Carrboro. I've only lived in my home for 8 months. For so many years, I lived in a place I had to live due to work, but circumstances have allowed me to live in a place I choose to live. I'm so very happy to be living in this vibrant and inclusive community. Recently, I learned about the plan to pave along Bowling Creek. Curious to learn more about this plan, I started talking with others in the community. I found that at best, people were confused or at worst, completely unaware of the plan. Given the lack of information, I turned to social media. I did not find this helpful as I was not able to find information that seems like facts. At this point, I turned to a family member who is an environmental engineer, who shared that in his experience, a study would be completed to inform any decisions. I was not able to find any information that a study was completed, but that this is a plan that dates back to 2009. So at this point, this is what I believe I know. The town of Carrboro has made a decision to move forward with paving along the creek. Given the location, we can expect environmental impacts. The cost of this project will be paid by the community members who seem uninformed. The town of Carrboro is not clear on the environmental or financial cost because this is based on information from 2009. The town of Carrboro is proceeding anyway. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to slow down. I realize if you've been thinking about this since 2009, slowing down may seem frustrating. However, I can't help but wonder if perhaps there were discussions or obstacles back then that prevented this from going forward. Please do another study, obtain the facts around the environmental impacts, the cost to the community, as well as any alternative routes. Share this information with the public. I realize that the additional time, study, and community engagement may be costly, but I fear the cost of not doing this will be even greater.
Very much. Thanks for coming out tonight. Next is Tom Gaduz. Welcome. And then Cliff Simpson.
I'm here to speak tonight in opposition to paving the Creekside Trail alignment and in favor of the Upland Forest alignment. I'm 66 years old and a lifetime resident of Chapel Hill and Carrboro. I was born on Roosevelt Drive. I grew up in Tenney Circle. I lived in Granville Towers for 4 years. Then lived in Webwood, then Ironwoods, and for the past 15 years back in Wexford. That's to say I've lived my entire life within a mile of Bowling Creek. The fact that I've lived so close to the creek my entire life, and therefore know Bowling Creek more intimately than all you on the council, does not give me any special privilege. I have one voice and one vote, just like you do. But it does give me a special responsibility, because it's impossible that any of you sitting here could know Bowling Creek in the way that I have known it in my life, and to know what an amazing ecological treasure the creek has been. When you cut down trees and put down pavement, thereby creating more impermeable surfaces in a watershed, it causes significant changes. During periods of low rainfall, the creek slows to a trickle. And during heavy rains, as we had this past Friday night, significant flooding occurs. Both of these events negatively affect water quality and the flora and fauna of the creek. As a little boy, Bowling Creek was my swimming hole. The water flow was steady, and it was deep enough that there were delightful pools. We could jump into them from the tops of high boulders and not hit the bottom. We would catch and release brim bigger than your hand, and I caught a 12-inch bass in a creek one time. Any rock that you turned over revealed salamanders and crayfish. As a zoology student at UNC, my professor, the late great Dr. Nelson Hairston, took our class on field trips to Bowling Creek to study salamanders. My ornithology class took field trips there to study the migratory birds. It's a rare gem to have a riparian forest so easily accessible to so many townspeople and the schools. When my oldest was attending Sewell Elementary, her class would take field trips to the creek, and when my youngest daughter was at McDougal, I led a field trip to the creek to teach the kids about the importance of stopover areas for migratory songbirds. Any ecologist or biologist will tell you that two halves of a forest are not the same as one undivided forest. A 30-foot swath of trees cut down and an asphalt path might not seem like much of an obstacle to you, but to certain species, fractioning a forest can be devastating. Bowling Creek and the surrounding forest is a magnificent gem. It's not as pristine as it was when I was younger, and I'm sorry that those of you sitting here have not experienced the full beauty that Bowling Creek has been. I'm not so naive as to think that the creek and the forest could be restored to its 1960s splendor, but you can certainly protect it now from any further devastation and degradation. For that reason, I'm opposed to cutting down trees and paving a pathway near the creek in support of increasing access by creating an upland greenway. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for being here. Next is Cliff Simpson and then Barb Stenross. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak about Bowling Creek and the pavement plan. I am against that. I am also in support of the upland forest alignment. The Bowling Natural Area includes 429 acres. It is rare to find such contiguous tracts of undeveloped land in an urbanized area. Numerous scientific studies have identified this area as ecologically sensitive and in need of conservation. And as I understand it, conservation, climate, impact are clear priorities of the town of Carrboro. We all agree healthy environments support healthy communities. In recent decades, Bowling Creek has unfortunately witnessed a deterioration in stream quality, aquatic and wildlife habitats surrounding the creek. It is essential to monitor the impact that construction and development are imposing on ecological health, or the ecological health of Bowling Creek. It is interesting to me, in the recent past, the Carrboro Transportation Advisory Board has said a paved bikeway along Bowling Creek is impractical for bike commuting. In 2010, the town's Greenways Commission studied the 2009 consultant's conceptual plan recommending the preferred paved bikeway along Bowling Creek, and after 12 months of discussion concluded they would not endorse this creekside route. Carrboro's 2020 bike plan includes a rails to trails path along Norfolk Southern Railway when UNC closes its coal-fired plant, a closure already under discussion, and past restoration and conservation efforts by Carrboro, Chapel Hill, and Orange County have protected Bowling Creek and the Bowling Forest. What's important is all accepted environmental science rejects paving in a riparian zone where the proposed Bowling Creek paved bikeway would be. Stream restoration is difficult and expensive, and you cannot rebuild an ecosystem. Once you lose it, it's gone forever. What's also important? Drinking water quality, stormwater impacts, and the enormous cost and tax burden that this project would cause us to incur. I urge you all, do not support the paving of our local forest. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Next is Barb Stenross. Welcome, Barb. And then is Dave Otto.
I grew up working class in Burton and then Cleveland, Ohio. And I've been in North Carolina 3/4 or more of my life. So, my name is Barb Stenross. I live at 120 Carroll Street. I'm here to represent my husband. His name is Michael Charles Russell. He's often known as MC. He retired from working for the town of Chapel Hill 9 years ago. And he was the senior engineering inspector for the construction of all phases of the Bowling Creek Greenway in Chapel Hill and all the bike paths. He knows this topic. I asked him about constructing the path along the creek, but first he told me what he thought about the Chapel Hill one. He said, regarding the Chapel Hill Bowling Creek Bikeway, he said he thought the town should have acquired more property so they could have put the creek further from the bank, at least 40 to 60 feet. He also felt that in retrospect, they should have paid for creek restoration, which would have cost as much or more than the path itself. He told me that bike paths in the town of Chapel Hill had cost overruns customarily. Why? They had to modify the plans on the ground because they had to bring big equipment down to lay down the roads, the pathways, and also to put the bridges in. So this took a lot of special tuning in the areas where they worked. They had cost overruns because they found that the soils were often unstable. So they had to bring in sub-drainage systems and geotechnical fabrics. And these were not included in the initial designs, but they found they needed them when they're in the field. The big problem in Carrboro, he said, is that the soil materials in Carrboro are even less substantial. the costs will likely be higher, and the heavy rains in the floodplain will add a wild card with respect to safety. In his words, quote, "I am concerned about the amount of damage that will be done during construction and the excessive cost it will take to build a bike path that can support construction equipment and OWASA vehicles. Due to the proposed location next to the creek, I also believe the town would have to commit to a full stream restoration. Failure to do so would become evident after another flood, such as Fran or other big rain event. Even many now ordinary rain events will make bicycling close to the creek treacherous. Contrary to the simplistic images on social media, constructing a bike path along Bowling Creek will involve more than laying down a narrow strip of concrete or asphalt paving. It will involve much heavy equipment, a path that's virtually a roadway in many places, environmental damage, and costly restoration." He says, "I am not sure that Carrboro has a staff or funds to manage such a huge construction project in a sensitive riparian zone. And I worry that even a carefully built and very expensive bikeway in the Bowling Creek floodplain would erode out and be unsafe during heavy rains." I have one more paragraph, but I'll stop there.
Thanks, Barb. Appreciate seeing you tonight. Next is Dave Otto. Welcome, Dave. And then after Dave is Simon Bubel. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of these names.
I'd like to start with a question. How many of you have been up to Hillsborough on the Riverwalk? Raise your hand.
Hey, Dave.
What a joy
Dave,
it is.
I'm going to invite you to please just address the council, okay, with your comments. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but let's keep it between us.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
What a joy it is to go up to Hillsborough and see families on an outing on this beautiful paved greenway along the creek, River in Hillsborough. See children out there learning to use their bicycles. It's just an absolute joy. Go down in Chapel Hill. Contrary to the last speaker, there's a paved greenway that goes from the community center all the way up at the present time to Umstead Park, and will soon be extended to Estes Drive. What a joy it is there to see families out on the greenway, children learning to use the bicycles, families enjoying that beautiful opportunity. To see young kids, to see elderly people. I'm 82 years old. I can't walk well anymore. And it's so wonderful to have access to a paved greenway that I can use with my rollator now. It's very important for elderly people as well as very, very young people. Now, as you can probably tell, I'm an unabated lover of paved greenways. There are many, many reasons why paved greenways are extremely good for a community. In fact, they are, in my mind, the common good. Is that saying that I'm over? No?
No, you're good. That was somebody else.
Let me just mention a few of the reasons why a paved greenway here in Carrboro is desirable. First of all, the roadway along Bowling Creek in Carrboro is a mess. It's a dirt roadway there for OWASA. OWASA runs heavy vehicles along the roadway. After a heavy rain, it's a quagmire. You can't really use it after a heavy rain. This paved greenway would permit year-round use. It connects many schools, many parks, many neighborhoods. I think there was 34 last count that I had, 34 neighborhoods that would be connected all year round. As I mentioned before, would provide access and recreation for the handicapped as well as the elderly and the very young. It also would provide and facilitate the transportation across the communities. One quick point. Carrboro has not proceeded with the plan to pave the greenway for 14 years. My Lord, what a joy it is to see that we're finally discussing, it's finally coming before you for discussion, finally coming before the community.
Right. Dave, that time the timer is for you
Thank you. Thank you very much.
for being here tonight. Next on the list is Simon. Is that, I assume you're Simon? After Simon will be Tim Turner.
Right.
Welcome.
Thank you for giving me the time, City Council. I'm Simon Bubel, I live on Oak Avenue. I was brought up where biking was also not just recreational, but also a means of transportation. And I was also brought up next to a forest with a creek. I really like going down there, but to also address the concerns of the previous speaker, if you had been at Bowling Creek, you always find people walking and even mountain biking, dog walking, socializing. All of that is happening on the unpaved Bowling Creek right now. Anytime I go there, I'll be never alone, and sometimes I even see people bathing in Bowling Creek. So that's also possible. So I don't think that there is a need to up that. The need is to have access to it. I don't see a way to get there. Like when someone wants to actually go there with a rollator, for example, to enjoy part of it, where would that happen, right? So it's like from Wilson Park, for example, there's no access to it. From the other side of Estes Street, there's no access to it. From Siebel School Road and all that neighborhood that branches off Estes Drive, there's really no access. So that's very exclusive to people on Greensboro Road that live a little farther away. They can just easily go there. It's wonderful and it's really fantastic, but it's just not for everyone. The other thing is that because of biking is a big thing, and people talk about access to schools, etc. No one wants to take a large extra turn to go to a place. But this other proposal, what was it named again? This upland forest alignment, for example, would have a more direct connection, and so you would be able to bike. And those who want to enjoy the forest on a paved ground, they could still do it there. Just also that one would need access. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for being here. Next is Tim Turner. Welcome, Tim. After Tim will be Drew Kelly.
Council, hi. Nice to see you again. Tim Turner. Was on the Environmental Advisory Board for 5 years and chair for 3. While I was chair, I tried to encourage a discussion of this Greenway idea and was blocked. So my thought was to bring in both groups in favor and against and let them talk in a forum where, it wasn't quite so charged, but we weren't able to do that. So I'm very happy to at least see that we're now able to talk about this again. So I consider myself an environmentalist, but I'm in favor of the paved greenway. I'd like to start by saying I think, everybody thinks they're on the right side, and I hope we can, give each other respect that, we have differing views. And I have to say I have very good friends who are against this project. And I would just say, from my point of view, I think the benefits are clear. Just go down to the Chapel Hill one. That has really been a benefit for me as a biker because I'm kind of, one of the older ones. And just the fact that it's on a nice grade makes getting down to those things in East Chapel Hill much easier for me. And while I was on the EAB, I did get input from people who had mobility problems, and they felt that as Mr. Otto said, that they would benefit from being able to be, at least somewhere in nature where they could get around easily. And I also think you can't minimize the benefit of having a safe place for children to bike and not be out on the streets. So I think as many greenways as we can have, the better. I would just like to suggest that the arguments against the greenway, from my point of view, are based in part on wishful thinking, that we're somehow going to preserve the natural area of the creek or return it to its natural state. And I mean, there's a sewer easement along the creek that is, as Mr. Otto mentioned, used by heavy trucks, and it's also makes a path that's heavily used by pedestrians and bikers. And I've noticed in the time that I've lived along the creek that that has degraded a whole lot. I just want to say, every time that we have a flood, all that unpaved trails are, all that stuff is just washing into the creek, so that's not good for the quality of the creeks anyway. And if the argument is that if we don't have the greenway, somehow the creek will cease to be impaired, we've had 14 years of evidence that hasn't happened. So,
Thanks for being here tonight. Next is Drew Kelly and then Rob Crook. Hey, Drew, welcome.
I didn't have any formal slides or any comments tonight. I just wanted to because the flood, we had so much flooding a couple days ago. I saw some reports on WRAL. It just, again, spurred up thoughts around paving along Bowling Creek, right? And just seeing kind of the impact of that to Chapel Hill and that greenway there. I agree with a number of people have spoken tonight. I think with our town, I think we're not that far apart on this issue. And I think that the challenge I think we're having here is that when I looked at the survey, right, there's not that much context in the survey. So you've got three choices, and it's really difficult to tell advantages and disadvantages of each and the impact that may have for various things, access, mobility, environmental impact, all that. So I guess what I would ask, and I know I sent you guys, I think, an email about this last month, but just I think it would be helpful to have kind of a nuanced discussion with different parties. I don't think we're that far apart on this issue. I think everybody, somebody said this earlier too, I think we all value greenways in the community. I think we appreciate that the town wants to support that, biking, walking in the community, but I think some of us see that creek alignment, some of the disadvantages to it. So I just wanted to say that. I also just wanted to say that I know that I think I was told that there was a meetup maybe last week or the week before. So I just ask for the engagement process if, in the future, if there are those kind of meetups, if those could be published in advance so that some of us just didn't know about it. So it would have been good to go there. And then I think the other ask would just be as far as the survey. So I haven't taken the survey yet, I will, but just to better understand how the information will be used and what happens after that. So just if you include that in the engagement process. So that was it.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate it. Next is Rob Crook. Welcome, Rob. And after Rob is Melody Kramer. Welcome.
Hey, guys. It's been a while. So first off, I'd like to say thanks for bringing up the collective bargaining for unions. It is an important part of how we're going to develop this economy. I think when the middle class does well, the country as a whole does well, and that's important. As for Bowling Creek, you guys are all wrong. I mean, it is something that you're just not looking at. And time again, I've been up here at this dais to say to you, we've given alternatives to paving along the creek. Jordan Lake rules sit there and say, if there is a practical alternative, you should use that practical alternative to develop a multi-use path, a greenway. I mean, the language is wrong. Greenways are a natural part of the infrastructure. It is a natural stream, vegetation, or other some such unit of management that is part of nature. It's not something that people create. So there's just so much that goes on in this conversation that needs education. And I'd like to thank Barbara Senros for coming up here and giving MC's opinion. That guy, I met him a few weeks ago at a meeting. He was amazing at the depth of his knowledge on how to engineer paths along a creek. If you go and you talk to engineers in the city of Marion, North Carolina, they are going through the same thing right now with the Greenway, in that they built a Greenway along the creek. They are now paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair the damage that was caused by the original plan of this Greenway. And nobody from Friends of Bowling Creek to anybody in this room, I don't think anybody is against a multi-use path that gets kids and people out recreating outside. I think we all agree on that and the benefits that are derived from that activity. But you don't have to do it along the creek. You can actually have both. You can actually move people away from the creek with a good multi-use path that goes up along from Umstead Park, Estes Drive. As MC pointed out to me, the right-of-way along Estes Drive Extension is huge. They've got plenty of room to put an independent path along Estes Drive Extension, run it up to Sewell School Road, where there is a sidewalk that goes along Ironwoods out towards the schools. From there, we can build an off-the-road independent path that gets the kids to school. That ties into the school property, which Friends of Bowling Creek supported the construction of 1B, okay, so that kids could get from Winmore and from Hogan Farm and from other neighborhoods and from the elementary school all the way into the school hub. And so then from that point, you can radiate out on other paths, including possibly going through Carolina North Forest over to MLK, where you can have access to bus boulevards, okay? Then if you also concentrate on getting that rails to trails once the coal-fired power plant shuts down, you then tie in that whole hub to the rails to trails. That goes to the Orange County Transit System, and it also serves the Rogers Road community.
Thank you, Rob.
I mean, you really gotta educate yourselves.
Good to see you, Rob.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Next up is Melody Kramer. I have some other folks signed up to speak on other topics. Welcome, Melody.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I live in Carrboro with my family. This is my second time speaking at a meeting, and I get really nervous speaking. I want to say hi to my kids, Asher and Kai, who are staying up late to watch me. Instead of having a lot of people speak tonight on behalf of the Creekside Path, we decided that Dave Otto, Tim Turner, and I would speak on behalf of everyone. I'm holding the short straw in my hand, just kidding, but I'd like people who are in support of this to please stand at this time. I'm coming here tonight for two reasons. First, I want to take a moment and thank Kat Lazorko, Trish McGuire, Richard White, and everyone on town staff who contributed to the launch of the engagement process for the Which Way for the Greenway project. We also want to thank town staff and let them know how much we appreciate their professional expertise. They're really good at their jobs. They don't always get publicly acknowledged for that, and I know that they deal with a lot behind the scenes, so thank you. And I'd also like to thank the town council members who voted to go forward with this public engagement process in February. We can have hard conversations and consider trade-offs as a town when we start with facts and primary source documents. The second point I want to make is to voice our strong support for the Greenway Creekside alignment. It's environmentally sound. It will be built in an existing 30-foot wide sewage easement that has already been cleared of trees. It can improve environmental conditions via reducing erosion along the existing path by putting people on a clear path. It maximizes opportunities for connections across Carrboro, including people who live in the landings at Winmore, Bolinwood condominiums, Estes Park Apartments, the Oakwood Complex, and the Craig Romaines Housing Complex. It's by far the most logistically feasible path and has already been studied. It's the preferred route of UNC, the largest landowner. It doesn't involve getting permission from an active freight rail line. It doesn't require a lot of trees to come down. It's allowed under Jordan Lake rules, as state water quality officials told town staff during a site visit, and it would not be in conflict with other existing trails that would affect mountain bikers and trail runners like the Upland Route. That was a major point raised during Phase 2, and we're certain it will come up again if it's selected. It will make our community more connected and less car-dependent in ways that all residents can benefit from. It will connect our schools, alleviate traffic backups, and will deliver access that meets ADA standards to nature and park space for all, and it connects the largest number of neighborhoods across Carrboro. It will connect us to Chapel Hill, which just got $1 million to further build out their Greenway network. And lastly, it would make it possible for families like mine with young kids to walk to the Chapel Hill Public Library, where we go several times a week, and to bike safely to high school. Even reducing the car line at Chapel Hill High School by 25% would majorly decrease our carbon emissions as a community when you consider how many cars are idling. That's the way we change systematic behavior for climate change at the local level. We're thrilled to see this project move forward. We're thrilled that the town survey is open, and we're grateful for all of the work the town staff is doing. We encourage all residents to learn more at carrboro.linearparksproject.org.
Thank you, Melody. Good to see you tonight. I have several other speakers that are signed up on other topics, so I'm going to start going through that list as well. So next to speak will be Lori Clark. Lori, are you here? I know I saw Lori earlier. Did she have to leave? Okay. Thank you. Next is Genevieve Harris. Genevieve, are you here? Welcome. Thanks for being here tonight.
Good evening.
Evening.
My title for tonight is Tenant Rights, Affordable Housing, Section 8. Mayor, I have a question for you. My question to you is, the last board meeting, did you or did you not state that there was concerns?
I'm sorry about
About the Landons, Wentmore.
I think we heard a speaker talk about that, but go ahead and share your comments.
Okay. So, so the answer to that would be yes, because I did send you an email about my concerns. And you did email me back, and you also stated that Anne Marie, I may not be pronouncing her last name correctly, Vanamon, will be contacting me, which she did, and she's supposed to be getting in contact with me with her results, but I haven't heard from her yet.
Okay.
So I just want to read some issues. So my name is Genevieve Harris, and I've been in Orange County for 30 years. And I live in the Landons. And I've been over there for 2 years and 3 months. I have reported things when I'm supposed to. I follow the lease over there, and I pay my rent on time. Over there, we have a lot of issues that's going on over there. We need an advocator over there. We have safety issues that's going on over there. I have advocated to Community Home Trust, to management. I know Community Home Trust get a lot of funding, but what are they doing to help the tenants over there? That funding doesn't go to the Landons, the apartments over there, but when I advocate to them about things that's not going well, I get targeted from other tenants. My car got vandalized. I asked for the footage. Nobody has responded to me about it. So it's like, you're living in a place that you pay rent at, and I get ignored because I'm advocating for things that are right over there, and they're not following the rules and regulations. We sign a lease each and every year, and we all supposed to follow. Tenants, management, and owners. Well, that doesn't happen.
Genevieve, thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, I know that we've heard by email. If we could maybe have a follow-up. I know Anne Marie is probably looking into the issues that Genevieve and others have raised. But it might be good for us to get some feedback on that.
Yes, we'll provide that for the council.
Thank you. Next person to speak is Just make sure I'm not missing anyone here. Seth Elliott, are you here? Come on up, Seth.
Thank you, Mayor and Town
Welcome.
Council. I'm Seth Elliott. I live at 103 Pine Street, and I just want to say a few words in favor of the proposed bench monument in honor of Martha Mandel. I knew her as Marty, and most people did. She was an inspiration to me. I was a friend and neighbor and caretaker for her last years of her life. She passed in 2021. Before I got to know her, she was very instrumental in securing the Adams Tract, having the town of Carrboro secure the Adams Tract. So the placement of the bench in Adams Tract or Wilson Park is what we're looking at. It would be very appropriate. I also want to mention that I was the one who kind of filled out the application for the bench and kind of mistakenly included a bunch of different people's names, including Randy's, and that was my mistake. I just kind of included people who knew her and were talking to her, but I think I should be considered the actual applicant and not implicate Randy, so she can also vote on it. I know that there was some concern about the choice of the bench. We were hoping to use an artisan in Cary who's made cedar plank benches. I think the town of Chapel Hill has used some of these benches as memorial benches, and we would like to have something similar. There was some concern, I think, possibly about upkeep of that. I know that cedar is naturally rot resistant, and we were hoping that we could have something that would stand out and look different than some of the town benches that have been already put in. There was also some concern possibly about ADA compliance. I was told by staff that would not be a concern. And it was a concern if we were going to have to pay extra for that. But I've since heard that we have enough funds to pay for that if that was necessary. If making something ADA compliant was a concern, that we do have enough money to do that as well. So thank you for considering it, and thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out, Seth. I appreciate it. And thanks for helping take care of Marty. Okay. We've made it through our list of speakers. Okay, we have a couple more for items that are not on the agenda. Okay, come on up. Are these items that are on the agenda or not on the agenda?
On the agenda.
That are on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, so we should wait until
Okay.
we get to that point on the agenda. What did you want to speak?
One of which was about the Bowling Creek.
Gotcha. And what's the other?
The crosswalks lights on the 54.
Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead and speak now then. I think that makes sense.
Well, let me start with the Greenway. When we get to 54, I'll come back for that.
Remember, you got 3 minutes, so we're...
Total or each?
Total.
Okay, well, as far as the Greenway, I just want to, I am supportive doing the Greenway on this, but I want to do a little timeout, pushback with that, because my understanding is the now plan is to basically pave it. I'm presuming that's asphalt. And having been on the Greenway Commission, I know that was not our feelings at that time. It was multi-surfaces that are appropriate for the section of the Greenway that it was in. That could be in the really wet section that's constantly wet there, maybe a raised platform, or concrete can be brought in, or rock could be used. Multiple surfaces that suffice the purpose of the multi-surface. But I'm willing to stick with the location of it, because if it's currently used, and the pedestrians are basically, they made the path. We're just trying to improve it so that most people can use it, and it better preserves what's left of the environment there. Okay. Should I come back for the 54? Yield the rest of my time for 54, or come back?
Go ahead, Bob. Don't worry.
Okay. Concerning 54 and with the crosswalks on there, I have been advocating for that for many years, particularly where the bus stops are between Royal Park and Canterbury Townhomes and down by Kingsbury. People are just having to run like deers across a highway. I presume you mean more than just a crosswalk. I'm presuming you're meaning some street lights. And I know as a driver that's kind of inconvenient, but it's really a necessary spot there. And my suggestion would be what I would advocate for is to considering certain times of the day when street lights can be hard to see, so that I'm advocating that they have some sort of shroud or something on them so that when you hit that dusk period and the sun's in your eyes, you can still see the lights. One additional item I would recommend and suggest is on 54 going east, I think, toward Chapel Hill from Carrboro, where the Abbey Lane is. It's around a curve that it's difficult to see even just pulling out of the driveway there. So I might suggest, I presume you put in a push button pedestrian crossing so it doesn't change all the time, just when pedestrians are there. Either way, they put right before the curve, put some sort of a flashing warning light when the light's being activated. So those are my suggestions for that, but I look forward to being able to cross the street safely.
A long time coming for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we can maybe get some more information from staff about Bob's questions when we get to that item. Is that okay, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I just refer Bob to the study, which is available on the website. It includes both of those intersections with kind of the descriptors of what that'll have.
There's some plans published, and we can email you the link. Thank you. Okay, was there somebody else for something that's not on the agenda? Okay, come on up. Sure.
So I live in Winmore. Sorry.
Introduce yourself. And
Oh yes. Yeah, okay. So I'm Martha Holzer. I live in the Winmore community. Do I need to say anything else in that respect?
You're good.
Okay. So I just want to show you all this video. It was actually taken by one of my neighbors, and this is the greenway that's near Winmore, going towards Bowling Creek, that heading towards the section that's being in conversation, right? So there's a lot of flooding, and it's pretty destructive, as you can see. So I don't know how many of you happen to go down Umstead Road during any of this, but I am for a greenway. I am not for a greenway that's in a floodplain. So my concern is that if the section that's currently paved along Bowling Creek, along Umstead, and for those of you that may have seen video footage or drive down it, the amount of water that covered the road, how much damage is happening underneath the soil that's being washed away? And I wonder, why aren't we doing things like hiring an engineer to actually provide data points to all of us to know what are the costs of what it would cost to cut down the amount of trees if trees have to come down by the greenway, by the creek? What is the cost for it if it's upland? If Chapel Hill just got $1 million in funding and they show on there the different greenways all around town, the Vine and the Pumpkin are showed as being unpaved greenways that could be utilized. Why aren't we looking at partnering with Chapel Hill and having dialogues with them about where are possibilities for what we could do in terms of connecting those pieces of greenways that are out there? What I want to know is, why isn't information being provided to us as citizens of like what the costs are? Why aren't we hiring an engineering firm to say, these are the facts, this is how much it'll cost to pave it along the creek? And I want to know if Chapel Hill has hired 2 full-time employees that cost $80,000 a year, how much is it going to cost for us to pave and keep that maintained? They have to have people that that blow leaves. They have motorized lawnmowers that are going down there and doing this on a regular basis. And they also talk about the fact that they have motorized vehicles that are showing up, that are, going and whizzing down the trail, whether they should be or shouldn't be. So I want to know, why aren't we being told facts in terms of the cost? And why isn't the town hiring someone to tell us this information before we have you all vote on what you're going to do with it? I think that's information we need to know as citizens and as taxpayers. I also want to know, why aren't we discussing stormwater issues around the larger community as a whole about all the water that's pouring into the creek from different communities. What are we doing in terms of trying to have more impervious surfaces around town to try and help absorb the water? This is an issue with the new neighborhood that's going up on Lucas Lane. It's an issue in Winmore. It's an issue in Claremont with their development that didn't have the water stuff put in properly in the first place. And I think that we as citizens need to have these types of issues examined on a more detailed basis. That's it for me. And I really do want to know at the cost. And I think that needs to be outlined.
Thanks for being here tonight. Okay. I think we now are done with public comment. Bob, what is this one on? So Bob, I just want to note that you used your time, and we're trying to keep people to a limit because we do have a lot going on tonight. So I appreciate it. But please do get in touch with us. All right. Making sure I got through the list. Okay. I think we're ready, Mr. Manager, to move on to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item is the approval of October 18, 2022 minutes with changes by Mayor Pro Tem Romaine. The second item is a request to authorize the town manager to extend the contract with Weather Real Engineering for preliminary engineering services for the Jones Creek Greenway. The purpose of the agenda item is to authorize town manager to extend the contract with Weather Real Engineering to complete the bid documents and participate in the bid process for the Jones Creek Greenway. The next item is a request to approve a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT for 3 signalized pedestrian crossings along NCD 54. The purpose of this item is for the town council to consider authorizing the town manager to enter into a municipal agreement with NCDOT for the construction of a signalized pedestrian crossing along NC 54 at Westbrook Drive, Abbey Lane, and Kingswood Apartments. The next item is a resolution to authorize the town manager to execute a contract for the Fleet Alternative Fuels feasibility analysis. Lost place here. Let me get back there. The next item is to authorize the mayor to execute a revised memorandum of understanding for the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness. The next item is a request to authorize the town manager to accept the Safe Routes to School non-infrastructure grant for the North Carolina Department of Transportation. The next item is a request to set a public hearing on land use ordinance amendments modifying residential parking requirements. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the town council with a draft ordinance to implement Carrboro Connect's Transportation Mobility Strategy 4.2, reduce negative effects of parking requirements on housing costs and natural resources. A resolution that would, if adopted, set a legislative public hearing for October 24th, 2023 is provided for the council's use. The next item is a request for the town council to approve an increase in the contract for Ramey Kemp Associates for design services associated with the South Greensboro Street Sidewalk Project. The purpose of the agenda item is for the council to approve the contract with Ramey Kemp Associates, the firm preparing the bid packet for the South Greensboro Sidewalk Project in order to provide for the additional design work associated with the water line replacement. The next item is a resolution to approve a contract with GFL Environmental, Inc. for disposal of municipal solid waste. The next item is to consider an application for a monument located on town property. And the next item is an independent audit contract for a fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. The purpose of this item is to award a contract for the town's annual independent audit for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. The next item is a resolution to approve a contract with Greenscape, Inc. for mowing along Highway NC 54 and town properties. The next item is consideration of a minor modification request to a special use permit A for level 1 rooftop solar array facility at 515 South Greensboro Street. The purpose of this item is to request that the town council approve the special use permit A. This modification will allow the property owner to construct a level 1 rooftop solar array facility at the stated address. That's all the consent agenda items.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Manager.
7 and 12.
Barbara?
Move all. I think I heard Sammy say 7 and 12.
So is there a second to, so Barbara's moved approval of 1 through 6, 8, 9, and 11, 12, and 13.
Randy has.
Andy?
I want polls 7, 9, and 10.
Well, I second the other ones.
6, 8, 11, 12, 13.
It's been moved by Barbara, seconded by Eleazar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
This is unanimously. Okay, let's go to item number 7. Sammy?
Yeah, I just wanted to include that we refer this to the Environmental Advisory Board, and Susan had another, the ESC.
Yes, thank you, Sammy.
With those additions, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
You got a question about that one as well, Randy? Go ahead.
So my question is this, that on page 43, under the table of uses 1.300, I'd like an explanation where it says multifamily units limited to persons of low or moderate income or the elderly require only 1 space per unit. And I'm raising that question because I'm not comfortable creating a separate category for parking formulated by income and age. I'd like to have an answer for that.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, there was a written response early, but if you like an explanation now, we can
I
provide
would,
that.
because I didn't see an
Our
answer.
Plan Director, Trish McGuire, can respond.
Thanks. Welcome, Trish.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, that language isn't new. It's in the ordinance. It's been in the ordinance, I think, since about 1980. That distinction, because one of the provisions in the ordinance that allows flexibility, that deals with flexibility, does speak to situations where people might have a lower demand for motor vehicles and parking associated with that. But that language can be changed, but it is language that's longstanding. So we weren't proposing a change to it, just the changing at the beginning of that language from referring to establishing that there was not a minimum requirement, but that would basically become the maximum. So, and that may be a concern to you in terms of establishing that as a maximum for that particular provision.
So I cannot, agree with moving this item unless that's changed.
So just to clarify, this is to schedule a public hearing on the item, right? It's not to approve the item.
Yeah, it's to schedule a hearing on this. And we anticipate there may be some other tweaks to this ordinance as we're working through the summer and engaging on the topic. And we noted in the abstract that if we saw anything, and we could certainly change this provision too if that's the interest.
So what I guess I'm asking
expressed.
is that the provision be changed before the public hearing, because I don't think people would realize that's embedded in it.
Absolutely. It's completely open to being.
That it's in the ordinance now, is what you're telling us.
It is in the ordinance right now, that's right.
We would need to discuss either keeping it or removing it. We would need a public hearing to do
It's a
that.
presumptive standard now, so it means that it can be,
okay.
It doesn't bind you to, there is no maximum now as it stands. That's right.
Thanks for that background information, and thanks for raising that concern, Randy.
Well, I will, so explain, so it's understood going forward, what would that mean? That it would go forward as it is for the public hearing, and then we'd have to come back and change that maximum?
And it would go to the advisory boards. It would be referred to the advisory boards. By adopting this resolution tonight, we would be referring it to the advisory boards.
How can
and
we-
scheduling a public hearing to get feedback on it.
How can we ensure that when it goes through that process, it is highlighted and understood that that's a concern?
I mean, it sounds to me like, having heard the question, that we would take a look at the language and see if we would propose an alternative way of addressing the provision as it applies to, where and it's a multifamily apartment, part of the parking standards, and I think we would see if we could propose some alternative language. And if we come up with that language, and I think we will try to, before it goes to the advisory boards in September, then, or maybe even, well, probably late September is what we were thinking. We would bring it back to you guys so you could see it beforehand. So in early September, we'd try to bring you the draft ordinance, so you could see what that language looks like and see if we're on target. And we can do that. We can make changes to the draft ordinance prior to the public, up until the advertising really for the public hearing, so.
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Trish.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Moved by Sammy and seconded by Susan that we approve item number 7 with the referral in addition to the EAB and the ESC. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 7 passes unanimously as modified. Next is number 12. Sammy?
Yeah, I would just like to add in the resolution a little clause that says, therefore be it resolved, and for the public, this is one that it's a contract for our mowing and landscaping services along 54 and in other town properties. So the language I would like to include in the resolution would say, therefore be it further resolved that for FY25, the town will seek bids that include electric power right-of-way mowing and landscaping of Highway 54 and town properties. I'll read it again. Do you need me to read it again?
Go ahead and say that. This would add to the resolution a whereas clause. Sammy.
That's what I was
Therefore.
asking.
Therefore.
So additional therefore.
That we would, in addition to what it's already saying, is we would
Yes.
also seek to include bids that Why don't you go
Include
ahead and read?
electric power right-of-way mowing and landscaping of Highway 54 and town property.
Mr. Manager, any comments or thoughts about that recommendation?
I think we can put it out that way. We'll see what we get back, but I think we can add that in there. Yes.
Thank you. With that,
Sammy?
I will move the resolution.
There a second?
Second.
Moved by Sammy, seconded by Eleazar, that we approve item number 12 with the change recommended by Sammy. Mr. Clerk, did you get that language?
Got a copy as 9.
That was number 12.
It's in the email. Did you get it?
Well,
Or this is number 12 for the contract with Greenscape Inc. Is that right, Sammy? Okay. All right, we good? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, next is number 9. Randy?
Yeah. Sammy had sent an email, and I just wanted to lift up that for number 9, having the contract with GFL Environmental on disposal of municipal solid waste. As mayors and I have been on the solid waste advisory board for the county for over a decade, Carrboro has continued to advocate for a discussion of the landfill transfer. What happens, and folks don't realize this, is that when our waste is picked up, it is taken to a transfer station in Durham, and then that waste goes to Sampson County, which is a low-wealth county. It's completely irresponsible for Orange County citizens to be shipping their waste to a low-wealth county. We've brought this up before, and so I wanted to raise this moment just so that we could say that we really need to have a conversation in the Assembly of Governments meeting with Chapel Hill and Orange County commissioners about taking care of our own waste in-house. So I wanted to get that out there so folks understand what we're not walking the talk here in Orange County, not at all. When the landfill closed, we began shipping our waste to low-wealth county, and that's just morally wrong. So with that, I will move item 9.
Can I recommend, Randy, that along with that, direct staff that we include as a potential topic for discussion at the Assembly of Governments, this issue of the landfill and transfer to Sampson County? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's what I want.
So that's been moved by Randy with approval of this item, number 9. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Susan. Any further discussion?
I
Barbara?
wanted to just mention, and so actually I hail from Duplin County, which is right next to Sampson County, and certainly the landfill issue, I mean, it just adds to what's already there. Smithfields is there, in Clinton. And so I appreciate Councilmember Haven O'Donnell lifting that up, because it's just like layer on top of layer. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Barbara. Okay. Yeah, we need to
Wait,
vote on this one first.
right.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So item number 9 passes unanimously with the addition of that recommendation to consider the landfill as a topic for the next Assembly of Governments meeting. Next is item number 10. Randy, that's you also.
Yeah, I just wanted to share the importance of the town of Carrboro being able to recognize citizens that have made enormous contributions to our town. I want to thank Seth Elliott not only for his love and dedication to Marty in her declining years, but also for applying for this memorial bench. And thank you for noting that I was not an applicant. I don't want that to be misconstrued. I didn't know if folks understood that Lori Palicelli, head of the Visitors Bureau, had orchestrated donations to realize the acquisition of a bench, and that at UNC's Botanical Garden, if any of you have walked those magnificent trails, you will see many memorial benches of many people we know being remembered and honored in our community. So I would hope that we can support the application recommendation as given, and continue to be thinking about how we recognize folks in our community and how important it is, because it knits together a sense of timelessness in our community service and our work. Marty was an incredible educator. I first worked with Marty when she and I did compost and recycling work at Frank Porter Graham Elementary School and Colbreth. So we go back that far. And I want to thank you once again, Seth, because I did get to see her just hours before she passed. That means so much to me. So with that, I will ask us to pass item 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. There's a motion by Randy to approve item 10 on the consent agenda. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Sammy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, that is it. I think we got everything, Mr. Manager.
Yes, that's all the consent agenda item.
All right, back to you, Mr. Manager.
Next item is a public hearing. It's continuation of public hearing on a request for voluntary annexation of property contiguous to the town limits. The purpose of this agenda item is for the town council to receive public comment on a request for voluntary annexation of 3 properties, 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane. An ordinance annexing these properties into the town limits is provided for the town council's use.
Mr. Manager, so when we opened this hearing, we also included the second item is kind of the same hearing. Do you want to summarize that one as well? Or?
Okay, yes. The next item will be continuation of public hearing for conditional rezoning at 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane. The purpose of this item is for the town council to continue to receive public comment and to deliberate on a request to rezone 3 contiguous parcels located at 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane.
Thank you. So welcome, Tina. We opened this hearing, y'all, this public hearing back on June 6th. And at that time, we received a presentation from Tina. And then we heard comments from several members of the public. We then decided to continue the hearing so that we could receive some responses, so that staff could come back with some responses to questions that we asked. I don't have any folks signed up to speak in addition to those we heard of from last time. Although if you're out there, then okay, Mary does have a list for me. Thank you, Mary. Okay, so we do have several folks signed up who did not have an opportunity to speak yet. I will also note, council members, we do have a few folks signed up to speak who have already spoken. it had not been my assumption or intention that we would hear from repeat speakers in this hearing. So my plan was just we would proceed with the presentation from staff, and I'm happy to call up people who are new on the list.
Mr. Mayor, I think because these are different items, it would make sense to hear from different people with different items.
What do you mean they're different items?
Are you saying that we had people who spoke before who now want to speak on this separate item?
Oh, people who have spoken on this public hearing before have spoken in.
In the previous, okay,
Not
got
tonight.
it. Okay, got it. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't being clear. So I was just going to proceed with asking staff to give their follow-up presentation. Happy to call up people who are here on this list who have not yet participated. And then we'll have to figure out how to proceed from there. Tina, you're up.
Proceed? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. We have kind of a proposed order of procedure slide, which essentially reiterates many of the points that you offered at the beginning of the discussion. The voluntary annexation item needs to occur first in the sequence. The public hearing for that item was also left open, so it's continued. There'll be an opportunity for public comment if desired. Our anticipation is that most folks will come to speak to the rezoning. In terms of the order of the evening, after the kind of recap and response to other questions from staff, an opportunity for the applicant who is here, as well as other staff, the town engineer is here if you have questions, as well as the fire chief. Just want to point those out in the crowd. When you have completed your deliberations, just a reminder that you'll need to circle back and address your consideration of the voluntary annexation first. It's a matter of the order of things. And again, here's the public hearing for the voluntary annexation. I won't go into, I have a lot of slides. Most of these are really for reference in case you want to come back to that. So I'll just move on ahead. Here is an image showing the 3 properties in question. And so I'm happy to pause, or we can continue. That's all right.
I would continue. Thanks, Tina.
Okay. And with that, I'll jump into the continuation of the public hearing for the conditional rezoning. In terms of a quick recap, the Zins, Adam and Omar, who are the owners of Parker Lewis, have submitted an application for a conditional rezoning for 3 contiguous parcels. They're located right here. I actually rather like this slide because it helps give you a sense of context with the neighboring properties. The property is currently zoned R20. The proposal is R3 conditional, and the purpose is to develop an architecturally integrated subdivision, which includes a mixture of houses, so both single family and some multifamily, most likely to be duplexes. To give you a kind of a comparison, we've had some questions about how the density compares. The current zoning allows for about 21 dwelling units. What they are proposing, and this is one of the changes that I'll point out as we go through the presentation, is to have kind of a range so that they can have somewhere between 36 to 44 of what we would consider a primary dwelling unit. That would either be the single-family home or the duplex. And then the possibility of having up to 12 accessory dwelling units. Those would either be standalone detached units or an apartment that was kind of over a garage or otherwise in part of the home. So those are 2 changes we'll talk about a little bit later to get a sense of how that affects the overall density, how that compares. If you were to go with the 36 dwelling units, you'd be looking at something that would be a higher, this is difficult to describe, but it would be less dense than R10, which is what most of the surrounding properties are. The lowest option here would still be less dense than R7.5, which is what we see in most of the downtown. Since we often consider an accessory dwelling unit kind of half of a unit in terms of density, the actual number would probably fall somewhere in between. So somewhere between R10 and R7.5, probably leaning closer to the R10. And a quick review of conditional zoning. That site plan, the overall configuration, as well as other conditions would become binding. Those would be mutually agreed upon. You'll have an opportunity to talk with the applicant if you wish to discuss possible changes to the conditions. Once approved, those will be the conditions for the project, and they'll be binding as the project moves forward. If it is approved, the subsequent permit would be a special use permit A, meaning subsequent public hearing that would come back before the town council. And I note this flexibility, the discussion which we'll get into about having a range of dwelling units, that gives these inns the opportunity if something comes up during the special use process where, say, a home site needs to be lost for another improvement, they have that flexibility built into the conditional rezoning.
Sorry to interrupt, Tina, but just to be clear, that we're not talking about more than what was already proposed. It was
No.
44 total units,
That's
total primary dwelling units.
That's right. The potential to have fewer dwelling units,
Have less.
but not low. Yeah, that's right. Quick review of the site plan. This is in the packet. This image was in the previous public hearing presentation. A quick reminder, there are two entrances. This goes directly onto Homestead Road. This would connect to Lucas Lane. There would be some sort of traffic calming installed here under the supervision of the fire marshal as is required. There are two stormwater features that have been identified. Those have not been fully designed. We can talk about that as the meeting continues. And that is the standard for rezoning. That type of full detail usually occurs at the permit level. Two EV charging stations are in the back, in the vicinity of the recreational or the play field. 2 parking spaces provided per unit. The other, as you notice, the original approximately 27 single-family dwelling units are here. The proposed duplexes or townhome type units are over here. So these are shown, the same images was provided before, the same maximum of 44, what we're calling primary dwelling units, the possibility to reduce this number of units to 36 if needed, say to accommodate the stormwater facility or some other facility. The only addition would be the possibility of going up to 12 accessory dwelling units. And again, that would be so long as they comply with all the other standards of the ordinance. I think we've covered all the points here. I've also tried to show a little bit better the proposed sidewalk or boardwalk type facility that would go along Homestead Road.
Barbara.
And so Tina, this is the site plan that we would be committing to as it relates to the rezoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So should the Zins lose a lot as part of the subsequent special use permit, the overall configuration would remain the same. Most likely that lost lot would be one of the single-family units, and I'll let them speak more to that if they wish to. So at the kind of the conclusion of your discussion on June 6th, there were about 17 items that you asked for some follow-up. And those can loosely be classified in a couple of different categories: transportation infrastructure, stormwater management, a little bit of affordable housing, circling back to the advisory board comments, and those were mainly directed toward the applicant, and possible additional conditions. And I think it was a little bit more of a neighborhood concern, but density overall. So I've tried to cover that. The town responses are provided in your packet as attachment A. The applicant is attachment B. And again, I've referenced that other experts are here to talk to specialty matters. I have all of the items here for reference. I'm not going to go through them unless desired. What I'd like to suggest at this point, one of the items of particular interest was the discussion follow-up related to the existing Claremonts and the bond situation. So I'd like to pause here and ask Marty to talk about that, and then I'll pick it back up and conclude the staff presentation.
Thank you. You read my mind, Tina. Thank you so much. Marty, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I will just have 2 slides. There's a fair amount of information on each of them, but it shouldn't take me too long to get through this. First, just for some context and understanding, so everyone kind of knows how this typically does take place, I've just prepared kind of an overview of how we get from the beginning of a project to the end of a project with respect to stormwater control measures. So after a permit is approved, and this would be the SUP-A TINA reference, not the rezoning tonight, construction plans are reviewed and approved by the town staff, and then a pre-construction meeting takes place and construction begins. One of the first steps is the developer installs erosion control devices that are approved by Orange County Erosion Control. And I set the stage for the whole discussion because in particular in Claremont South, there is still one device that is functioning as an erosion control device. So that's normal and expected in the construction plan process. So as I've said here, they remain in place while the site is actively disturbed. There's only one section of Claremont South that is still actively disturbed. Construction is about to begin on the one remaining lot up near Homestead Road. So it's the facility nearest that location. These locations are almost always where the permanent stormwater control measures will be installed later. So again, that is normal and expected. So once the site is stabilized near the end of construction process, Orange County Erosion Control approves the removal of the erosion control devices, and the developer then proceeds with creating the permanent SCMs. My main point here is that the actual construction and creation of the permanent SCMs does not typically take place until the latter stages of the whole project. So that, again, is normal. So upon completion of the permanent SCMs, the engineer of record produces an as-built drawing and submits a request for approval and acceptance. That's reviewed by the town, and we either produce review comments that have to be addressed, or we go ahead and approve it and accept it as a part of the stormwater infrastructure within the town's jurisdiction. Prior to approval, the developer must now enter into a stormwater maintenance agreement, which ultimately becomes the responsibility of the HOA. That was and is the case for Claremont and Claremont South. Those 2 did precede our actual mandatory requirement by way of an ordinance change, but it is still the normal process here that the developer creates all this infrastructure, and ultimately it becomes the responsibility of the HOA. The developer ultimately, I guess I just said, hands over responsibilities, or that's where I was going, to the HOA and for the stormwater infrastructure, as well as other commonly owned infrastructure within the development. And the HOA then becomes the responsible party for maintaining and submitting annual reports to the town regarding the SCMs and other infrastructure. Now I'm going to just talk some about Claremont South Phase 4. There was a fair amount of discussion about this last time, and we've done additional research between the last meeting and now.
For all of us listening at home, just remind us that Claremont South Phase 4 is not. There's also Phase 5, right, which is the eastern.
That's correct. On the south side of Homestead, Claremont Phase 4 is the western side, and Phase 5 is the
about
eastern.
Phase 4.
We're focused on Phase 4. Phase 5 is currently like an ongoing submittal and a receipt of the as-built certifications and approval of them. But Phase 4, there has been some confusion about when and if the as-built certifications were received and or approved by the town. So we are continuing to do research on that matter, and I'm just reporting tonight on where we are with it. We have found one pond within Phase 4. It was what was called device number 5, bioretention cell number 5, was in fact approved and by the town's plan review engineer back in July of 2016. I have done lots of research in terms of our town network where we store information of this nature. Emails in particular from an employee that's now retired who was the primary person engaging with the developer during all this, during the years we're talking about here. And I have identified lots of emails where these devices were discussed and back and forth exchanges about what was going on with them. We are still lacking formal closure on whether they were official, except for the one that I mentioned, whether they were officially accepted and approved by the town's plan review engineer. So we are working with the developer, and I personally have contacted multiple engineers today where I found an email that there was reference that an engineer might have been involved, I've gotten a hold of them and tried to discern whether they were or not. And so in some cases, there was discussion of them possibly doing work, but ultimately they didn't. And perhaps Chad, when at the appropriate time tonight, representing the developer, can speak further to what his firm did and didn't do, because one of the pieces of information we found did come from his firm. So again, it's not entirely clear yet whether that was officially accepted and approved by the town, but we did receive something from them. And that covers the bullet point here about contacting the engineers. And the drawing that came from the Leeds group is the sub-bullet point here. And work is continuing. We will resolve these matters. It has been fairly complicated, but we will get to the bottom of it. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. Again, they may have more to say about it, the applicant, that is, when they get up here. So I'm happy to answer questions now, or I'll be available later if you want to talk to them.
Thank you, Marty. I do have a question about that, but I think I might wait until after we've heard the rest of staff's information and we have a few people signed up to speak tonight as well.
Yes, and Tina, I do need to hand it back to Tina just to be clear if there aren't questions for me at this moment.
Okay, Eleazar and then Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Somebody, first, thank you for doing all the research and getting us an update. Walk me through what when we approve, or when one of these ponds are approved, is there a certificate that is sent? Is there a filing process? How does that work?
There is what's called an as-built certification drawing and a letter from the engineer. So the drawing is sealed by the engineer of record, as well as the letter they produce, stating that everything was built according to the plan and meeting the standards of the Carrboro land use ordinance. So that is sealed by the engineer of record. It is received, now that we have a stormwater utility up and running, that information is received both by the town engineer and the stormwater utility. And once the town engineer says, yes, this is good, I'm okay with this, it ultimately lives with the stormwater utility group. And the annual reporting that is done goes to the stormwater utility group.
So, and kind of where I was going with this, like a copy of this certification or this certificate or anything would not be, would or would not be given to the developer at some point.
They are the ones giving it to us, typically.
Okay.
Part of the confusion with this one, and it's fine. It's not like something is wrong with this, but that was given to a third party. So it's not the Zens that would have produced that. It was a third party builder. And that's why I say I've been trying to track down who has done what and not.
Gotcha. Yeah, because my question was if the developer, I get where this is.
It is the developer's responsibility ultimately to produce it and give it to the town.
And in this case, does developer have an additional copy we can get from, or we just, and that's the process that we're trying to get, of
Yes.
who originally has that to
That's
give
correct.
us an additional copy.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eleazar. Next is Susan, then Barbara.
Yes, thank you, Marty. Just one question from me. So already a lot of work has gone into trying to find the certification. Reached out to a lot of people who would have had contact with the certification. Just how much longer do we, do you think how much more time should be continued to be devoted to this until we reach a point there's just not certification?
Yes, I hesitate to put a firm timeline on that, but it took me a long time, admittedly, to do an exhaustive research of the emails in particular, upon getting the retired employees' emails, access to them. Having now completed that, I think we are moving at least sort of rapidly towards a conclusion. Either we have it or we don't. I'm just not prepared to say something too conclusive tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. And so, just so I'm clear, emails are referencing a certification, but still there's no actual documentation.
The final approval that is, is the one I mentioned here. We have a letter that we found our way to from McGill Associates, acting as town plan review engineer, that says, I hereby agree that the engineer of record has produced drawings that that are good and done. We're done here, you know. So we have, for one bioretention, we do have that, and we either have or we'll find others or we won't.
And remind me, how many other ponds are we looking at for certification?
Chad can help me out here. I think there's 8 or 9 total.
Ooh.
But between the 2 phases, not just within phase 4. Phase 4 is 5 or 6.
Phase 4 is 4 bioponds?
4 bioponds. And thank you.
Phase 5 is all the bioponds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh. But the bios are, yes. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Barbara?
Well, thank you, Marty, for trying to untangle all this for us. I mean, it's a lot. Can you go back to the previous slide? So I guess it's the maybe just the way you worded it. So the developer must now enter into a stormwater maintenance agreement, which ultimately becomes the responsibility of the HOA. And then the last one, the developer ultimately hands over the responsibilities. So is there something else maybe in there when you say ultimately, somewhere between the developer and the HOA? Is there something else going on in there, like another part that's missing? Because you say which ultimately. Or is that just your wording? I didn't know if there was something, another step or another person or another process in there. Could you say which ultimately?
Yeah, let me try to add a little clarity to that.
Okay.
And it may have been confusing that I used the same word twice there. When the applicant is up here, they can speak to the specifics, since it happens to be the same developer in this case. That is typically defined by way of the HOA covenants, and there's usually a 75 to 80% ownership threshold, at which point the developer is obligated by the documents they have themselves created to hand over responsibility to the HOA. The town, let me take a sidestep to that though, that is just procedurally between the HOA and the developer when that happens and how that happens. The town is not a direct party to that. That is just per their own documents. Sidestep, the town holds and is still holding for Claremont South Phase 4, to be clear with everyone, what we call a performance security bond. And you guys have heard that terminology lately, I think, wherein we're holding an amount of money sufficient to cover the cost of constructing devices of this nature if the developer, for whatever reason, went away. So we are still holding that money, and that is between the town and the developer. The town does not somehow, that is not somehow transferred to the HOA. The town receives from the developer and returns to the developer this performance security money at the appropriate time. And we're still holding that for Phase 4 right now.
Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you.
Marty, so I think, as you probably know, as you do know, we've heard from a number of residents in Claremont, both in the public hearing so far, as well as I think I've certainly had an opportunity last weekend to walk around the neighborhood with some of the neighbors. I think several council members have also had that opportunity. It's clear that there is some concern, to put it lightly, about the stormwater management situation today in Claremont. And I'm talking about both Claremont north of Homestead as well as in phases 4 and 5.
Sure.
Some of it you've addressed here by talking about what you're doing to uncover the records related to certification of phase 4's stormwater control measures. You know, I can't untangle it because I don't know. I mean, you know, the HOA members who I spoke with the other day, as well as some people who have spoken here, have talked about the process they've gone through to sort of uncover the history of managing these stormwater control devices and understanding the shift to when it went to the HOA's responsibility, and all the history, as well as what's currently happening on the ground in the neighborhood.
Yes.
But here's where I'm having some trouble. I feel like on the one hand, we need to figure that out, right? And you're working on doing that. And it would be helpful for me to continue to understand how that process is going beyond tonight.
Sure.
And I mean not just on phase 4, but also the questions that residents have raised about the other phases of Claremont, because there have been other questions raised about other phases of Claremont. And again, we have different parties with different perspectives on what has happened there, and that needs to be figured out. I guess so I would just suggest we need to continue to be updated, Mr. Manager, I think, about what the town is learning about kind of where we are in that process, and I mean not just on phase 4. I think we need to understand. So you've laid out the process as it's supposed to work, right? Although I'm not sure this process was in place at the time that some phases of Claremont were approved, but
The maintenance agreement in particular wasn't yet in place.
in any case, this is how the process is from now on is supposed to work. I think it would be helpful for the council to understand how did it work and has it worked with Claremont.
In more detail, yes.
So I just would suggest to council members at some point, that's when it's appropriate tonight, for us to formally request staff keep us informed about that and perhaps have a report. So that's on the one hand.
Okay.
On the other hand, and this is probably more a question for the attorney, and that is, we're talking about the stormwater management control measures in Claremont, an existing neighborhood. But what we're here to deal with tonight is a rezoning request for another piece of property. It is not Claremont. And so I guess my question for you, or I guess for Nick really, is really just hoping you can talk through us a little bit about the extent to which the situation in Claremont, whatever it is, or whatever staff determines that it is, can be the basis in whole or in part for the decision that this council makes about the rezoning request that's before us.
Yeah, rephrase it this Yeah, let me phrase it this way. I mean, the discussion, and I've heard it too, about Claremont underscores citizen concerns about adequate stormwater management, and particularly with respect to that development. And stormwater, generally speaking, as illustrated by Claremont and what the citizens were talking about, is an important consideration in connection with any rezoning. On the other hand, there's a certain discipline to the matter in front of you, because you're talking about the rezoning of a particular parcel with a particular proposed development with conditions that, with the consent of the developer, with conditions that would then shape that rezoning as commitments to the rezoning. But all of those conditions should be under the and must be under the law related to the property that's the subject of the rezoning, as opposed to being related to other property. And so my final comment would be that the mayor has just indicated, and it may result in a motion from the council, that this council may want to know what the heck is going on over there at Claremont, to deal with stormwater issues and what's going on over there. And that may be an important question if it's one that you vote to ask that the staff update you on. But tonight, what you have, that's important, but tonight you have this specific rezoning matter endemic only to the property proposed to be rezoned in light of the proposed development. And so in that regard, what's going on in Claremont, of course, is not the subject matter of what we're talking about tonight.
Thank you, Nick. So I see a couple hands. I'm going to go to Sammy since you've spoken, Elisar. Sammy, go ahead.
Thanks for that question and that response, Mr. Attorney. Given that this is legislative, my understanding legislative is that it's a lot more open in terms of how we as council members vote. You gave an answer that spoke specifically to this property in question. On the other hand, there is this developer in question and their performance in other developments. And so my question has to do with, the judgment that we hold in regard to the assessment relative to their work in other places could potentially also weigh in our decision or not.
Nothing that I said suggests that what you just said is irrelevant.
Okay, so it's relevant. Okay, thank you. And one more question I had is, so if the certificates aren't found, what happens? They have to produce them and we have to...
Yes, that's correct. And it would be between the Zins as developer and the third parties that they were, obligating with the need to produce them, as to exactly how that was done, but it would need to be done in some manner. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Elisar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Slade, because that was kind of one of my questions. So I'll just say that at the appropriate time, I would like to make that motion. I know it's not now. I just want to lay that on the table for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Marty, I think that's helpful, although I think, it sounds like you're still really at it. So thank you for the update. And
thank you.
I suspect that we're all going to be very interested to hear how your work progresses. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Tina, is Tina coming back up? Is that
Yes.
what we're doing next? So I think we had some responses from staff to council members' questions from earlier in the hearing that were included in our packet. Is there any more to your presentation for us, Tina, or is it time for us to hear from members of the public?
Not too much. Not really sure. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I don't believe that there's any need to, let me open up the slideshow. Again, these are here for reference as well as the policy analysis that we covered the last time. What I would like just to draw your attention to, there's been some revisions to the conditions, and I'd just like to point those out.
Could you walk us through that, please?
If that's okay. With regard to number one, we talked about this before. This is the main condition that identifies what matters are determined as part of the rezoning and what matters are determined as part of the subsequent permit. There's been a few minor changes just to be clear that the rezoning deals more with areas as opposed to specific locations. Of note, we've added a couple things to be clear. Questions about potential locations of on-street parking, that would be determined in partnership with the fire department. So those are some things perhaps should say if any, but that would be kind of covered in that. Again, the reference to the number of dwelling units instead of just having a maximum, that has been expanded to be more of a range, and it references both kind of a primary dwelling, meaning the single family or the duplex, as opposed to an accessory dwelling. The affordable housing status is pretty much the same. The Zins have expressed a preference to use a size-limited approach rather than specific units. We have, per ordinance, the connectivity is for Lucas Lane is still included. Traffic calming is identified as part of that. We now have 7 conditions as opposed to 6. These are essentially the same. They're just much better. They're worded much better than they were before, but the interest is the same, and that's that the Zins would provide some type of a facility along Homestead Road. They would also dedicate to the town a 30-foot easement for the purposes of some sort of future expanded facility if the town has an opportunity to pursue that, such as a side path, and that gets that on the final plat. For procedural notes, we've talked about this. This is a legislative matter. At the conclusion of your deliberation, you would be asked to look at both the consistency resolution as well as the ordinance with the conditions. And again, I'd just like to circle back to the steps involved tonight. At the completion of your deliberation, if you would just circle back to the voluntary annexation matter, and then proceed back to the rezoning. And so with that, I will leave the site plan here for discussion purposes.
And I just have a couple quick questions. And I think part of what makes this complicated, as you've mentioned, is that this is a conditional zoning proposal. And so there are some things that would happen at the special use permitting stage, should the council decide to approve the rezoning. And those include things that are sort of finer points of the site plan, various engineering details, that kind of thing. Things like screening, buffering, and in particular, I'm thinking about landscape plans. Is that stuff that would happen at the special use permit stage?
Typically, yes. I mean, if you may recall, let me go back to the site plan. It's a little bit difficult to see with the way the colors are, but this is a street tree. You know, these images are intended, the purpose of these images for the applicant to show that the lots are in fact buildable to meet the ordinance.
I guess I'm thinking more about requirements in the ordinance related to how one say development project like this one is screened or buffered or not from the neighboring existing subdivision.
So if it is not required by ordinance, then that's an opportunity for you to discuss with the applicant if you'd like to consider something in addition.
What is required by the ordinance today with respect to that, for example, that eastern boundary between the two?
So this would be an example, and I'll let Marty jump up if he'd rather, but this would be an example of two kind of equal residential units, so no additional buffer would necessarily be required. Do you want to add to that?
Is there any proposed?
I don't know if the Zins would like to speak to that as part of their overall presentation, but no,
I guess I'm
don't
trying to
believe
also
at
get
this
at, is
point.
that something that would be addressed again at that permit stage or at the rezoning stage?
Sure. No, I do not believe at this point that they are proposing an additional vegetative buffer.
All right.
The only thing that I would point out is that when we have architecturally integrated subdivisions, which virtually all of ours are, where the developer creates their own setbacks, when you are adjacent to an external property, you have to meet the minimum setback for that zoning district. So that is sort of a de facto buffer, but it's not very much really. Yeah.
Because they're both comparable residential use. Okay, thank you. And then second question, Tina, is about the conditions, what are now two conditions related to the sidewalk or path along Homestead Road. So the way it's written now, as we have it before us tonight, is it is a requirement of the rezone. It would be a requirement of the rezoning that there would not only be a public easement along that path, but they would actually be building a sidewalk.
That's right.
Or a boardwalk, or both.
That's right. And as you may remember, there's a drop off there, and that was why the boardwalk was a suggestion if the sidewalk is too challenging.
But in any case, there's going to be a continuous path along.
There will be a facility of some sort.
And then I'm glad you came back up, Marty, because I just a couple quick follow-up questions for you. That slide you showed, which shows kind of, as I mentioned it, the way it's supposed to go.
Yes.
I think there was a reference in that list to yearly inspections.
Annual reporting.
Annual reporting.
Yes.
But not annual
inspections. Well, the inspections are required depending on the type of device. There's and Josh can speak to this in more detail if you'd like to hear more detail, but each device has its own set of requirements for annual inspections at the very least, sometimes more frequent than that. The reporting to the town is on an annual basis.
And who's responsible for the actual inspection?
The HOA ultimately would hire a firm that does that type of work.
And then the responsibility regarding the town is that that's then reported to the town. It's not the town doing the inspection.
That's right. And if there is something, if the report shows that there is something in error that needs to be fixed, then the stormwater utility would work with the HOA to get that in order. And that's without going into too much detail, that's some of what's going on with Claremont North and at this time.
And one last question. You mentioned that there's one part of that step-by-step process that you summarized where there's a handoff to the HOA at some threshold number, but that's a relationship between the developer and the HOA. That's an exchange that happens between them. The town is not party to any of that.
That's correct.
Is the town notified in any way? Is there any kind of notice just given to the town that handoff has occurred?
Not typically. It typically just kind of happens, for lack of a better way to put it, behind the scenes. There's no particular reason that we would be notified, except in the current environment with respect to these stormwater maintenance agreements, that we, the town, start engaging through the stormwater utility with the HOA instead of the developer. So,
council members, I just want to throw out there, I wonder if there's a possibility of that, at least with this application, if we're interested in moving forward, that we at least add a step to that process that would require that be noticed to the town that that handoff has occurred.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions before we hear from public comment? Sorry, did Dan? No, Susan, go ahead.
Actually, let me follow up with the mayor's
Sure.
question, Marty. And also thank you very much
Sure.
for
You're welcome.
all of the work that you're doing on this. I know it's a lot behind the scenes. I did want to follow up. When does the point, I know the bonding is for 2 years.
Yes.
At what point does that 2-year period start?
The point at which the town accepts, as I mentioned earlier, we get a letter from the town engineer saying, yes, we find that everything is in order with what has been submitted, and the town at that point accepts the device into the stormwater utility, that is, accepts it into our inventory, and that acceptance happens concurrent with receipt of that 2-year bond. So that is the start point for the 2 years.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And then while I've got you,
Question, is
Yes.
that acceptance, is the SCM already built at that time?
Yes, yes, and found to be, appropriately designed and in good working order. Yes.
just while I've got you, I think I have 2 or 3 more questions for you, and they're pretty quick.
Okay.
Is the developer required to provide native plants in our land use ordinance, or no? Let me rephrase that. Is there language about the use of native plants in our land use ordinance? It wasn't clear to me.
We certainly encourage it. The way the ordinance is structured, we have what's called a list of invasive species that are disallowed. So it's not mandatory that you use natives, but you cannot use the invasive species. And just for clarity, do you mean in general, or do you mean like with a biocell where they have to plant certain vegetation within a stormwater control measure?
The latter.
The latter, Josh may be able to speak to in more detail than me, but the state manual for these dictates that certain types of vegetation can only be used. And that relates to how much water they pull and nutrients they pull out and that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. I was going to mention, council members, I was going to have some suggestions for changes to our land use ordinance later this evening, trying to group them together, but this will be one that we include language that native plants are required as part of the LUO. The other question I had, Marty, is is there anything that says that, do we have anything in our LUO that a developer would have to have completed all previous projects before a new project can begin?
I think the short answer is no.
Okay.
I might lean on Nick a little bit. I don't know that would be legal. Nick,
Okay. That would not be legal to add to the LUO.
I'll
legal.
see what Nick has to say, if anything.
I thought I'd try.
Yeah.
For the record, the attorney is shaking his head no.
And my only other question while I have you, this is going back to the bonding. And so the bonding does require the town to have the stormwater infrastructure for everything that's on site. Can the bonding also cover the stormwater infrastructure downstream that would be receiving the runoff from the new development?
Off-site, you mean?
Off-site.
If I'm hearing you correctly.
I wasn't sure if we do that, and if not, are other places doing that? And is that something, I'm just curious if that's something we can consider for doing here too.
We certainly don't, as a matter of ordinance, that is not required. And I know with the other development recently, this came up as well in a similar way. And I believe Nick can speak to this further if needed, but I think similar to what I just said, that we can't really require that of a developer. Since it's off-site.
We could agree to it.
Sure.
They wanted it approved.
Thank you, Susan. Danny, did you have questions for Marty or Tina right now? Right.
I have one. I think staff in your responses included or something about the runoff and erosion that could affect the downstream pond. I think you guys had more information maybe, or maybe not. Am I remembering correctly?
Josh, would you like to speak to that? Yeah.
Good evening.
Just introduce yourself again
for
the
yes,
record.
I'm Josh Dalton with Sungate Design Group. I'm the town engineer, acting town engineer. So, I believe the question you're referring to is my response to a question, one of your questions, right, about downstream concerns possible from this site to Claremont. And one of the response I had was basically that erosion control devices are designed for a 10-year storm event. When clay becomes suspended, it's hard to get clay out. So there's some concern that if the device is downstream or reconstructed, that they could become contaminated with sediment. It's inevitable that sediment will leave a site during construction. It's kind of hard to prevent it, right? So that is the crux of the concern.
So there's a downstream SCM, and what you're saying is it will receive sediment.
It could receive sediment from the site.
Likely will.
Yeah.
Okay. And especially if there is a bigger than 10-year storm event.
Yes, because most devices erosion control devices are designed for the 10-year event for erosion for Orange County standards.
Okay, great. Gosh, I should have written it down there. I think I had another question for you, but hopefully I'll remember it later. Thank you for that response. Oh, it had to do with the permeable pavers. This is a question Susan followed up with, and B soils, I believe.
Yeah, so
question of for B soils, you may not need retention.
Well, it's more about there's 4 types of hydrologic soils groups. A are the best infiltration, B slightly worse, C, and then D is saturated soils that don't permeate very well. So when you have B type soils, you can, they would have to do a soil study and do a seasonal high water table study, but B type soils you can often not use under drains, and I think that was where he was going with his response, was that he would need under drains and connect it together, which would be a lot of stormwater infrastructure to collect all these under drains, like South Green is. It's very dense. One of the things that I would like to point out though, is if you do permeable pavement in driveways, you're going to have some way to put those in an easement, so the HOA now becomes responsible for maintaining those, inspecting those. Now they're stormwater devices, right? So you're going to have a lot of individual driveways, whereas South Green, you have a big piece of, in the street, where it's easier to deal with. So I just wanted to point that out. It can get really complicated with the easements and who maintains it.
Thank you very much.
I think it looks like we have one more question from
So
Susan.
one more quick follow-up, Josh. Yes, and thank you for your answers to the questions that were sent earlier. The question about going from a 25 to a 50-year storm event, you mentioned if you had calculations from the developer, that would help you determine how much storage would be needed? Right,
like at the rezoning stage, calculations are not required. It's not a requirement. So they are showing devices on the plan, and I think One of the comment responses said bioretention, so I assume they're going to be bioretention devices. So,
Okay.
without calculations, I can't really tell what additional volume or how much bigger they would need to be to hold a 50 or 100-year storm. So maybe they can speak to that and explain, how much bigger they would need to be. But until you see the calculations, it's difficult to discern.
Otherwise, we wait till the special use permit on that? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Joshua, there are things we do know are required, right, with any development of this kind, right,
Right.
which have to do with water leaving. I'm talking about post-development. We know
Right.
that there are rules about water leaving the site, and certain standards about flow and peak flow and all that.
Would you like me to go through those requirements
I just
real
want
quick?
to just very quickly sort of remind us that, it's not that we don't know what, the requirement. There are requirements regarding how water is both treated and managed as it's on the site and going off the site. And, at least as I've understood it over the years, hearing you and your colleagues talk about it, is that essentially the post-development runoff has to be no greater than the pre-development runoff.
That's correct.
Now, but that's pegged to certain events, right? Like certain size of storms. I mean, it seems like you couldn't really guarantee that with the biggest of storms, right? I guess
The ordinance as it's written now requires the 1, 2, 5, 10, and 25-year events that you're not increasing the peak discharge rate in the post-construction condition as what's in the pre-condition. You also have to meet the volume requirements, the annual volume requirement, and water quality requirements of treating the first inch runoff.
just in general with the ordinance, not specific to this property, are those outcomes tracked over time? In other words, is there some follow-up to determine whether, in fact, volume is within the parameters that were required by the ordinance? That is there any way of monitoring? Is that monitored?
It would be difficult to monitor because you would have to have something out there now tracking what's the flow rates and constantly taking measurements, and then you would have to do it afterwards. So it would be very difficult to do it. But all of the devices that are being used throughout the town bioretention basins, they're all state standards. They're all heavily studied by Bill Hunt and the guys at NC State. I mean, they do a lot of research, so we rely on that research to have trust that the devices are doing what they're supposed to do.
It's more about how the devices are supposed to work. They're designed to do X, Y, and Z. So that's the expectation.
And that's part of the whole process of we go through to make sure they're built correctly,
right,
and inspected and functioning properly. That's
maintained regularly.
That's correct.
Danny?
You've been extraordinarily helpful and clear in your responses. So the skepticism you'll hear is not directed towards you, but is what you are telling us that there is no metric standard to enforce pre and post development runoff? We say that is the intent, but within the state, we don't know.
It's based on accepted engineering practices.
Prescribed design.
Yes.
By design. Right.
But that we can't measure it as it is done almost any of the times?
Well, let me put it this way. It would be very difficult to see a storm event hit this site. I mean, what frequency it is, and then have the exact same storm hit the site afterwards.
That makes a lot of sense. I guess it's just sort of one of these moments where we recognize the tools that we have to make these decisions with.
Understand.
I think it also brings our focus back to where probably it belongs, which is that there are expectations in the ordinance about the process for maintaining and inspecting and reporting results of those inspections regularly, right? So that we're at least certain that the devices are being maintained and are functioning properly.
And part of that now is the responsibility of the stormwater utility that's relatively new. So,
thank you. All right.
All right. Ooh, thank you.
So as I mentioned, folks, we have a few folks who have signed up to speak who we have not heard from in this public hearing. I'm going to invite them to join us. I will say again, there are a number of folks who signed up to speak we've already heard from. So I was not planning on calling people who have already spoken in this public hearing, just so you're aware of that. But I will start with Brian Crawford. Are you here? Welcome, Brian. You have, and I'll repeat the 3-minute limit for speakers.
Good evening. My name is Brian Crawford. I live across the street in the Kentfield neighborhood. I want to just start with emphasizing that I understand the stormwater issue is a big thing. And I think that some people come here and they've kind of mixed that in with other issues. And that raises some concerns to me. Because I saw a development plan here that actually had 77 home sites. And now we're down to 40, 44. That to me means that we are losing 62 duplexes or triplexes in this location that will, hopefully, within 10 years, less than 10 years, be within 10 to 11 minutes walking distance to shopping and restaurants just up the road. That means 62 future Carrboro residents will not have an opportunity to live in Carrboro within walking distance to the schools that they might work at as teachers, or to the fire department that's also within walking distance from here. Because housing policy is transportation policy, is climate policy. We have a Carrboro Connects plan, and I've read this plan multiple times, and I feel like we could do better and should do better. From a climate perspective, that's a bunch of single-family homes. We're not pushing it forward. It's very disappointing to see. Overall, I would much rather have this than 20 single-family homes. And I don't know why the developer chooses to do this and be punched down by all these people. It's admirable that they're actually willing to go through this process and get a few more homes on this site. And I appreciate that. But 77 to 15 duplexes is not affirmatively furthering fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next is Gary Asher and then Javier Sid. Gary, welcome.
As you said, my name's Gary Asher. I live at South Camellia in the neighborhood that we're talking about. Thank you for taking the time to consider all of our opinions. I know it's a lot of the same things over and over. What I wanted to talk about, sort of based on some of the things that I heard between the last meeting and this one, potentially from the fire chief, I sort of wish we'd able to hear from him beforehand, so I don't want to make sure I don't speak out of turn. But I heard some kind of talk about some necessity for connecting through Lucas Lane as a result of some ordinances, and so I wanted to speak to that just for a bit. So my understanding is that there may be a fire code that requires an extra street connection for the developments that are over 30 houses, unless they're equipped with an approved automatic sprinkler system. And I don't know if that's exactly right, but that's kind of at least what I heard. I'm, of course, very grateful for the fire department and what they provide for us. It's important for them to ensure the safety, for new residents in their neighborhoods, as well as for ours as well. I think it's also important to understand the safety concerns about increasing automobile traffic through residential neighborhoods. So, for example, the latest CDC data on the leading causes of death among children and adolescents in the U.S., for example, I think are important to consider. Motor vehicle accidents cause about 20 times more deaths than fires do, for example. Cars are more deadly than other risks for which you might want emergency vehicle access. So, for example, they cause 4 times more deaths than drowning, 2.25 times more deaths than drug overdoses and poisoning. In short, automobiles are more deadly than all 3 of these risks combined. Improvements like seatbelts, airbags, crumple zones, of course, have made cars much more safer for the drivers of them, but not for the people in the places in which they operate. So they've become far more dangerous for pedestrians. The Governor's Highway Safety Association, for example, reported just this month that pedestrian deaths from vehicles reached a 40-year high this last year. Big trucks and SUVs are more popular than ever and more deadly than ever as well. The increasing height and weight of the vehicles, together with the poor pedestrian visibility that they provide, makes the streets just generally more dangerous. The growing adoption of electric vehicles is important as they are also add an additional risk because of the batteries themselves, which make the vehicles much more heavy. So, for example, the National Bureau of Economic Research calculates that for every additional 1,000 pounds of vehicle increases the baseline fatality probability by almost 50%. Right. So, in short, cars are dangerous. We know that. Putting them through our neighborhoods also increases the danger and the risk to everybody in those neighborhoods. The infrastructure choices that we've made through our road policies and codes is meant to make things safer for us and have fewer risks. But those risks are also dramatically increased by automobiles. I'll stop there. I think the thing that we were hoping to do was to actually have bollards there that might present a compromise solution where we could provide access for emergency vehicles without increasing additional vehicular traffic.
Thanks very much, Gary. Thanks for being here tonight. Next is Javier Cid. And then after that is Jeff Diamond. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Javier Cid, and I live on South Camilla Street and Lucas Lane. I'm not gonna say much about the opening Lucas Lane. I'm just gonna say, of course, I'm opposed to that. I'm just gonna say that we as humans are happier when we interact with other humans and not cars. In June 2015, we moved into Claremont. In August, our air conditioning stopped working. When the HVAC repairman came, he told us that the crawl space was full of water. The previous owner said they never had that problem. So what was different? The Sins had sold the lot next to ours, and there was a house under construction. The builder told us that when they were leveling the ground, they found a pipe that drained from my house to the stormwater pond. He said that he had contacted the Sins to tell them that the pipe was going to be blocked and cut. The Sins didn't seem to care. That was the periphery drainage. So when the water couldn't escape, it flooded our crawl space. And now we had a problem. Who in the civilized world, after buying a house 2 months after, spends over $5,000? Well, my family did. We spent $5,300 to repair a problem we didn't cause. And the Sins did not take any responsibility. They didn't take any responsibility. On June 6, I couldn't attend. I was attending my father's funeral. Very fast in the morning, I sent the council all the communication, videos, everything about this situation. I just couldn't come. But when you have time, if you have not received it, I encourage you to go back and see. It was time consuming. It was exhausting dealing with that. In here, in every meeting, Omar Singh has said, well, the water has to go somewhere. And yeah, in fact, yes, it went to my crawl space. So tonight, I ask you to please consider not allowing the Sins to drain the new development into the Clare community, into the Clare stormwater, because I don't trust that they will do it correctly. And all the homeowners will be left to deal with the consequences.
Thank you, Javier.
And as a teacher here in Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools, please allow my neighbors to give their input, your insight, tonight about what they have to say, and they are here present. Thank you.
Okay, next is, thanks for being here tonight. Next is Jeff Diamond. Welcome.
My name is Jeff Diamond. I am a resident in Claremont, and I'd like to start by thanking each of you for your patience on June 6th. I was here and listened to all the comments until nearly midnight, but chose not to speak. I chose instead to listen. But tonight, I did want to speak in the wake of the open issues in Claremont and in the wake of the all too common uncommon storms like the one we received in just the last week. I wanted to speak and emphasize the Stormwater Advisory Board's recommendations on May 17th as they relate to this particular development in question. And I'd also like to send appreciation. It's clear from your questions that you have reviewed their recommendations. But to reemphasize them, we recommend requesting additional justification beyond cost as to why permeable surface cannot be used for parking. See the recent proposed use for the conceptual plans for South Green. The developer did not address the SWAC's request to incorporate green stormwater infrastructure and hydrograph matching in stormwater design. We recommend that the developer keep the disturbed area and all platted lots out of stream buffers. We recommend providing a recreation opportunity that maintains the forested nature of the land. We support the developer's proposal to explore a wooded path for exploration and movement. Install signs for SCMs informing the public of their purpose and requirements. There's an opportunity in this community, given the number of SCMs, to educate the public about stormwater. We continue to recommend that the developer use vegetation native to the Piedmont, particularly along the stream buffer. We recommend that the council assure that any development project by any developer is done after outstanding issues with the developer's other projects are meeting stormwater performance milestones. We recommend that any bond required by the town for stormwater infrastructure includes stormwater infrastructure constructed on site and any stormwater infrastructure downstream that received runoff from the development is included in the bond. We recommend that SCMs be designed for the 50-year event, given the unique hydraulic conditions of the site and the density of existing stormwater controls downstream. Finally, we recommend that the developer minimize tree removal to the extent possible. I hope that the council can confirm that these requirements are met. I wish that the council could assure that any project by any developer is done after outstanding issues with other projects are meeting stormwater performance milestones. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Tina, would you mind coming back? Is Tina still here?
He was hiding.
In the agenda materials you prepared for tonight, Tina, you shared some written responses to all of the council members' questions from the June 6th meeting. I feel like Mr. Diamond's comments captured a few of those recommendations that came up and that we asked staff and or the developer to respond to. I'm thinking in particular of the issue of, now I'm forgetting, he just summarized some of them, but the 50-year storm event, the the bonding issue. I think we've gotten an answer on the bonding thing.
I think the town engineer spoke to a couple of those items. Yeah.
Art, can you pull up, I think you had these written responses available to us.
And the applicant is here also if you'd like to hear responses from them. I can pull up, I have the written attachment from the applicant that I can pull up if you wish, or you could just for them to take the podium.
Well, I guess maybe what I'd like to know is, are there, in addition to what Tina's already presented around the conditions that have been drafted for this proposed rezoning, are there others that council members wanted to ask about, either staff or the applicant? And if so, we should ask them so that we can move along here to some kind of decision. Barbara and then Susan.
Yeah, so thank you, Tina. Could you go back to the slide before this one? Yes, there. And so I'm on number 4. I did see, I think, where Omar and Adam Zen, their preference was not to provide a payment in lieu. So, and I hear that, but we also know there's a population in this community that would not be able to afford to buy or rent one of these properties. And so that's where my question comes in about providing some type of payment in lieu for the least of these. And certainly there are those folks within our community. So that's a question for the applicant. I don't think I saw the answer. Well, I saw that the applicant preferred not to provide a payment in lieu, but I'm asking anyway. So I didn't know. I'm bringing it up again because I mean that's important to this council. I believe it's important to community. Housing affordability is an issue, and you're hitting the mark with what you're proposing, but not like the whole mark, right? So there's a whole swath of folks in the community that would never be able to buy one of these properties, and this is the reason why I'm asking. Thanks.
This sounds like a question for Omar, maybe. Omar, do you have a response or anything to add other than what you've already?
I mean, when I get up there, David, if you don't mind, if I can just kind of.
That's fine.
Sure. Okay. Other question? Sure. Other questions? I had Susan next, and then I'll go to Randy.
Just 2 additional questions. These will be, I believe, for Omar. One was, one had to do with it's one of the Stormwater Advisory Commission recommendations on installing signs that would inform the public about the purpose of the ponds and the benefits from the ponds. The response was good idea, and I didn't know if that meant yes doing it or just a good idea. So I'll save that for the developer. And then also for Omar, for the developer, excuse me, recommend that the developer minimize tree removal. My question is there any way possible that tree line near the power lines could be kept, just as it was kept in Kentfield, without having to compromise too much on the density?
Right. We have spoken to that a little bit, so I may let them speak to that. And if I may, as a matter of kind of clarification, I think earlier when we talked about a payment in lieu, I think that was perhaps an understanding that the options were either no payment or a payment for the full 15%, one as another option might be a portion of the 15%, so perhaps the payment in lieu for one unit or just some contribution. So I just want to, if that is something you want to consider, just to be clear that that would be an option you could request as well.
Thank you, Tina. Randy?
Yeah, okay, what I need to figure out is who should answer this question. It may be Josh. My question has to do with what is the difference in preparation for stormwater basins to hold for 50 or 100 year as opposed to 25. I remember reading through the material that it has to do with what size the pond has to be. So I want to get a really good understanding of, if we're asking for the 50 to 100 year because the frequency and the volume and the intensity of storms, as we know, certainly since April of this year, we live in a rainforest, and it's not getting better. It's just going to become more intense. So what are we really asking when we ask the standard in the regulation be changed from 25 to 50 or from 25 to 100? I want to understand what the difference looks like on the ground. So Josh,
do you mind coming
yeah.
up, Josh, to answer that?
So the simple answer is volume. You need more volume, and you've got to hold the water on site long enough to control the peak flow from a device. So the difference between a 25 and 50 years storm event depends on the land cover and how much volume of water is coming off of the site that you have to hold. So for a 25-year event, you may have to make the pond deeper or larger. So you're talking about an impact to land to be able to enlarge the pond to hold that volume.
So given this site, what's the pragmatic answer as to whether or not, we're counseled to push for 50 or 100? Is there space to do that?
Certainly, it would mean probably configuring the lots different, though. Maybe you might lose some lots. I don't know. Omar and his engineer might be able to speak to that, but I don't know how many lots you might have to lose. But it's land, right? It's you would need more land to hold that water. So.
Right. Yeah, well, I really appreciate the answers you had given before. It was very comprehensive. I think what we're grappling with is we're beginning to understand what we don't know about stormwater and what we can't even anticipate. And it's, as experience has taught us, once the site is developed and the stormwater control management devices are installed, we end up being in a situation where we have to mitigate at some later point. I guess what I'm asking is proactively, rather than working through Band-Aiding and having HOAs have to Band-Aid over time for the stormwater that issues that they're dealing with. How do we best ensure being good stewards of the environment regarding the stormwater when we don't have the metrics? I mean, you can engineer anything, I get that, but that's not what this is about. This is about folks who have homes and the Bowling Creek is just east of this property and everything is flowing down in that area. We know that. So, how best do we protect not only the folks who will live in this area, but the folks who are immediately adjacent and all of those who are in the floodway to the lowest point?
Why don't we make sure that
Had a
Omar has an
question.
opportunity to...
It is. It's a statement and it's a question, but if we don't start to deal with this now, we're going to be forever in a position where we're mitigating the stormwater issues. That's why we have a utility now that we didn't have before, because we understood this was happening. Well, now here we are. How can we do better?
I think you're moving in the right direction. Stormwater utility is a great tool to move towards fixing some of the problems that you have. You actually have some of the more stringent stormwater regulations compared to some other municipalities. You can make them more stringent by altering your land use ordinance. That's kind of the ball's in your court on that, though.
Does the topography of this site lend itself to a 50-year regulation, punt?
I think there are concerns about where the water drains, that should be a consideration.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks.
So I want to make sure that Omar has an opportunity to respond to the 3 or 4 items that have been asked about here. Did you have another one to add, Eleazar? Or
I'll wait.
Sammy?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and share mine in case Omar wants to respond to some of them too.
Okay.
So the two big things I feel here are, one is the connectivity policy that we have. I think we either have it or we don't. We constantly don't adhere to it. But and I've always been supportive of us having it. But as of late, I've been hearing, and this isn't me trying to wiggle out of it again. I'm sincere in terms of this conundrum. There's induced demand, which is about making car flow happen more easily, and by consequence, you make it easier for people to have cars, and there will be more cars. And so there's this other concept called fused grid, which is basically having that connectivity, but have it be for certain modes of transportation, so biking and walking. I actually thank Seth for allowing me to pick his brain in terms of some of these, Seth Lejeunesse, some of these ideas. And some of the neighbors who pointed out, the weight of electric cars, for example, are heavier nowadays, and they're more lethal for that reason. Requiring these cars to go through neighborhoods are a danger to the people who live within the neighborhoods. So all this to say that I think that we're at a point where, as a council, not tonight, but we have to have this conversation and see the complexities surrounding the cost benefit of this connectivity policy and the induced demand aspect of it, and what is it that we want to accomplish. And then there's the equity components of it too. You start closing off certain roads, you're directing traffic on roads that might have people who have historically been disenfranchised, which I don't think is the case here, because we're talking about the road. It's Claremont would be receiving most of the traffic, because we're not taking, which ironic, like the neighbors of Claremont don't want to spread out their traffic, in essence, and because they're the ones who would be driving through this new neighborhood. The neighbors who are here, I don't see them going into Claremont, because Homestead takes them to the other place, unless they have friends in Claremont. But most of the places they work and buy food from will be along Homestead Road. So all this to say, I'm not ready to waive this requirement tonight. I think if we're going to do it, we need to really do that policy-wise. And that doesn't preclude, if we find policy-wise that the street connectivity issue has been, problematic in the sense of like requiring it, that we can't come back and put a bollard in this street to address the issue after we resolve the actual policy first. But then there's the other issue that has to do with fire department requirements. And so I think staff who forwarded kind of the state law that speaks to that. And what I read about that is that there are certain barriers that are approved for closing off. It just has to be approved by the fire department. And so I don't see that as big of a barrier as I originally heard it when the fire department spoke to it. So in summary, for tonight, I'd be for honoring our connectivity policy. I do think we need to visit that policy. And every time we have this on our plate, which we're going to have again in another agenda item tonight, we always say this: we need to revisit this policy. So, Mr. Manager, I would like for us to have that as a work session agenda item sometime soon. Now, getting to stormwater. Now, here's where I'm inconsistent. On the one hand, I just said I want us to stick to the written policy, and our written policy with stormwater is 25 years. On the other hand, we are in the midst of, mitigation is maybe over, like in terms of addressing climate change. We're reaching these tipping points. The scientists are all saying, like, we've gone beyond the point where humans can do much. So the where we're at now is how to adapt. And these storms are only going to get worse. And we just had one last week. And so I'm very much for a condition, and I know, like Brian Crawford pointed out, this cost benefit, like we want to create higher density so people can walk and bike. And requiring a bigger SCM translates into more space for that pond, which translates into less housing. But I don't think we can pursue some of our goals at the cost of neighbors downstream. And so for that reason, I feel I can only be supportive of this tonight if it does include a condition for a 50-year per the stormwater utilities recommendation. Along with that, there are some smaller ones that I would like to hear the developer speak to. Vegetation being native to the Piedmont, their response was that they'd adhere to the LUO. I'm not clear as to whether the LUO is aligned with that recommendation, if their answer was yes. But if it's not, I would like that to be a condition. Like Susan, I'm for signs, SCM signs. I think that would be good as a condition too. Those are my main questions right now, and for my vote, my kind of requirement in terms of a condition B of the SCMs. Oh, the other one is I am concerned about the runoff sediment into the neighboring SCM. I think that
construction.
Yes, I would like for our bond to be that there be a condition that includes that. I know there's nothing that requires us, but for our vote, that's for my vote. That's one condition I feel strongly I would need to have in there. My understanding is that these SCMs are already compromised. They need to dig out a lot of sediment, and I can't imagine adding to the neighbors downstream. Also want to mention that I brought this up because I'm the liaison to the Stormwater Utility Commission, and they pointed out that I don't think they didn't remember any. This is kind of precedent setting in the sense of they don't remember any development that had SCMs downstream that would be receiving water from a development upstream. And so I think it's very important for us to also be cognizant of kind of what precedents we're setting here in terms of those kinds of effects on water happening downstream from new developments.
Thank you, Sammy. Omar, come on up. And let me just summarize the items that council members raised that they'd be interested in hearing a little more from you about. One was the possibility of some kind of payment in lieu for affordable housing. The next is having some signs installed at the stormwater control measures to just educate people about what they are. Third is retaining some or all of the tree line, sort of like what you did between Kentfield and I think Claremont's phase 4. You've heard an interest in the 50-year storm, native vegetation, and then this issue of concern about construction sediment runoff into your neighboring devices. Those are the ones I had written down.
Yeah, I wrote them down too.
Great.
I got
Thank
them.
you.
So I just want to say Chad is here, Chad Huffine with the Leads Group. And I just want to circle back to one quick thing. And that is with regards, okay, I spoke to several members. We came forward with a very dense project. Okay, we heard a lot of pushback from that. We have now what is kind of more of a moderately dense project. We're zoned for 21 units. With this more dense project, the easiest thing for me and my brother to do would just be to go ahead and put 21 units on the ground, call it a day, have no discussion about anything. And there's always different demands pulling on you, as a developer or with any piece of land. We've heard a lot about stormwater here. I don't want to go too deep into stormwater or character assassination or, people's perspective. I do know that you need to maintain stormwater. You need to maintain it annually. I also want to say that all of those bioponds in Claremont South have been signed off. We just contacted McGill, the engineer. I suggested, hey, did you contact McGill? That attempt was made today. Chad has an email showing that the biopond 6 and 7 were also signed off by McGill. He has that email with him tonight, and he sent that to Marty. And I'm sure we'll find that on number 4 has also been signed off. But there's a lot of circling and a lot of, finger pointing, taking us away from this project. And there's some stormwater issues, no doubt, but not nearly to the extent that it's been made to be perceived. Okay? So, as far as the questions go, Damon, and I'm sorry, but I wanted to get that out. I also want to clarify that I was talking to Chad. Our temporary storm basins are 25 years, not 10 years. Those temporary sediment basins in this project that we're proposing are 25 years. They're not 10-year ponds. So going down the list, Susan asked about installing signs for stormwater. My brother and I have talked about that. I think that's a good idea. What I don't want is an overabundance of signs. One sign at HSCM I think is great. I don't want to, if this project goes forward, I just don't want it to feel like you're in the woods and now you have lots of verbiage all around you, and there's signs everywhere. A tree line backing up to the power line. When we built Claremont, the original Claremont, as they like to refer to it as, there were no trees along the power lines there that were kept. A large reason for that is due to the wide easement that Duke Power has there. I don't believe, and Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe you're allowed to plant anything in that. Owassa, I think you can plant in the first 5 feet, but in the Duke Power easement, you're not allowed to plant anything. So I don't know if they've planted something in Claremont, but that's not allowed as far as that Duke easement goes. And this project, this right here, this alleyway is literally right on the Duke Power Line easement. So, a screening there, any kind of planting is going to be impossible. To have your alleyway for travel, your car parking, your 2-car per unit parking, and then even just backing out. I'm not a big fan of fences, but if you were to put a fence there, that fence would get knocked down. So that's the answer to that question. As far as Barbara's question, affordable housing, we're proposing 15% or 25% size limited housing, and you guys have heard my history with affordable housing, what happened in 2008. I think my brother and I would be willing to make, we're not willing to do 15% affordable housing and provide that much in payment in lieu. That's also a weight, a risk. And like I said, this project right here, can I put this overhead on? Okay.
Push the button. Did you use it too?
Yeah, I want to just compare and contrast, yeah. But while Tina's doing that, in the essence of time,
Can we do a 50-year storm basin? We may lose some lots. We may lose some lot depth. You know, we're willing to give that a try. We're willing to make that happen. Again, we've competing requests. Some people want more density. They want ADUs. Some people want to maintain, you know, vegetative buffer, you know, and we've said that, well, we'll stay out of, you know, zone 1, right? So we may need to, we're going to definitely need to clear more area. You know, we're going to need to expand the area. These lots are already tiny lots. The depth on these lots is minimal.
Omar, thanks for that. So you've mentioned that you are willing to try to make a 50-year happen. Is that willing to put that into a condition, though? I think that's the real question.
Yeah, we are. Okay. Oh, thank you, Tina. So this is the current proposal. You can just look at the street network, right? The street network, the water, the sewer. There's significantly higher expenses with this project.
70.
Wait. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't see that. It looked like the existing, I can't see that with my glasses. So I'd like to keep the one on the left, or I can flip back between them if.
You want what you have now? That's what.
Yeah, okay, that one, and then I'll just flip down to the 20 lot.
Number 30.
Okay. So thank you. So, you know, you just have a lot more water, you have a lot more sewer, you have a lot more street, you have a lot more grading. When you look at this project right here, I mean, this is like what is it, Brandywine or Brandywee or what's the other project across from McDougal? Sanderway.
Winsome.
Underway.
So I mean that's what we're looking at here. Larger, more expensive homes. This would be a $1 million home situation right here to do this project. This has a very simple infrastructure, and this project would honestly make more money. It'd be due to the lower infrastructure costs. So, you know, we've read Carrboro Connects. You know, we're trying to provide as much as we can. So, Barbara, back to your question. I mean, are we willing to make a contribution to affordable housing? Yes. Yes. But it's not going to be 15% of the total, you know, density. That's just not going to work. So,
Omar, can I interrupt you again here?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So if you're willing to do some portion, some kind of payment in lieu, what can you do? Because we have to build that into a condition.
I think we would be willing to pay for one affordable unit. And then, I'm not asking for any additional density or, you know, we would be willing to pay for one affordable unit. The payment in lieu. The connectivity policy, that wasn't a question with Sammy, the fire department.
There's a native vegetation question, I think, that's come up a couple of times.
The native vegetation, that is required in buffers. I guess what I don't want to limit is I don't want to limit the street trees to be native vegetation. I don't want to limit the foundation plantings to be native vegetation. But anything that's in a buffer or that's in a biobasin, that's required to be native for the LUO right now. Are there any other questions?
There's been this question, Omar, a couple of times this evening about concerns during construction about sediment getting into neighboring basins.
Yep.
Potentially causing problems.
Yeah.
What do we do about that?
Chad, would you like to address that? Will you mind coming up here? Money.
Oh, he dropped his wallet. I was like, what's going on? What's going on here? Like, what just happened?
These will be bio basins. What they have at Claremont are wet basins.
Go ahead, Chad.
So during the erosion control phase, the site work is usually permitted through Orange County. Orange County has a very strenuous set of rules in their local program that we go through. One of those includes the design of the sedimentation traps for 25-year storm. That means they're bigger, they're deeper, they release the water in the same time frame, but they hold more. Each individual project, regardless if Omar builds it, I build it, if you build it, is permitted individually. An individual permit comes with it a responsibility to retain the sediment, the soil on the property. The minute my sediment goes to Sammy's house, he picks up the phone and calls 1-800-STOP-MUD. And that is the brakes on every project. So if my mud goes to Sammy and Sammy's damaged, the county at the first level gets involved and polices that. They have the ability to levy fines and stop work. That's all you need to know. That's all there is.
And can you clarify also, Omar mentioned this too, that the temporary stormwater basins proposed for this project are in fact 25-year basins?
It'll be permitted just like all the others in Orange County, and this one will be designed for 25-year storm.
Is that the county requirement?
It's the county's requirement in Orange County, and it is common now in multiple regional office areas throughout the state. Because of policy, yes, it's pretty common now.
Thanks. Thank you, Chad.
And there are also, when Josh commented about ground cover, there are also ways to increase the storage by using different ground cover. We call them C factors. The water runs off the tabletop faster than it runs off the carpet. So we use those numbers to help us in large basins when we need to, because that's drainage straight from a big clay field. Or we make them smaller when it's draining from a big patch of woods, and the runoff is much slower.
I think ultimately the question is really about, is there's recourse for people on neighboring properties to report and seek mitigation and some kind of potentially compensation for violations of that requirement. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you, Chad. Omar, I just want to repeat what I think I've heard from you. Yes to payment in lieu for one affordable unit. These are potential conditions.
Yep.
Yes to installing signage at the stormwater control measures, no more than one per.
Mm-hmm.
No to the tree line issue because of the power easement. Yes to the 50-year stormwater base. I don't know how to word the technical wording of what that condition would need to say, but I think staff can get what the point is, which is achieving a 50-year storm standard. But do I have those right?
That's correct.
For additional conditions?
Yep.
And just the native vegetation outside of roads.
Yes to native vegetation in the basins and in the buffers. Thank you for that, Sammy.
And Omar, one follow-up question. So you mentioned when you go to the 50-year storm, you may lose density. As you lose density, could you be losing density with the single-family homes as opposed to trying to keep the duplexes, triplexes?
I mean, that's where the basins back up to.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Thanks, Omar.
Yep.
See you. All right, council members.
It's like, no, girl.
All right, council members, we have Tina's back. Thank goodness. I guess what I would like to hear from council members is how you would like to proceed on this rezoning request and maybe get us toward the appropriate motions. Sammy?
I mean, I would like to see the conditions. I know this is our last meeting. I know time translates into added costs for developers, so I
Is there something more than what we've listed here as additional conditions that you need more information about?
Well, I mean, would this be enough, or Mr. Attorney, I guess our approval, how would we do that as in terms of us approving, what would we be approving?
Okay, well, one option available to you, but I want to hear staff about it. Let's assume you approved, thank you so much. It's not working, is it?
It is.
It is working?
Hold on.
Okay, it doesn't sound like.
It's more for folks at home who.
No, I got it. I got it. Here's an example. I mean, in other words, assume you approved attachment D. It includes certain conditions. Agreed? But then you wish to add the list. Let's just take the list that was set out by the mayor, right? I believe that in the words that the mayor just used about that, that would then be sufficient, and the staff would be able to add those into the document without the necessity of you seeing the document. But I want to check with staff whether that is true. I mean, in other words, there's enough clarity from their standpoint where we can draft those, what I call 4 or 5 additional
Happy to
conditions.
read them again and make sure that they're clear for staff. Would you like me to do that? One condition, the first additional condition would be that the applicant commits to providing a payment in lieu for the equivalent of one affordable unit, or however you would word that. The next condition would be, this would be similar to what I think we talked about on another recent project, which is installation of signage at the stormwater control measures or whatever, to educate folks about what their purpose is. Another condition would be the applicant will design to a 50-year storm. I don't know the engineering terminology for that, but I think staff understands what that is. Next would be the applicant will use native vegetation in all buffers and in basins, stormwater basins.
So just so you know, behind me.
The last one would be that the applicant will use only native vegetation in all stormwater ponds, or whatever the right term is for that, and buffers.
Yeah, and I'll say to the council, I looked behind me on each one of those, and I got a nod from the planning staff that they understood what those are.
Thank you.
They would be binding in there.
Those would be additional conditions on the rezoning if it were approved.
Damon, let me interrupt. Rezoning is not
That's why I'm trying to take a temperature here. So yeah, thanks for that, Omar. And that's one reason I want to get the temperature here. Susan?
I'm ready to move forward with this, with the conditions, and I would be wanting to do that tonight. And so I will make a motion for that. I would just add, though, is I appreciate Sammy's comments on the connectivity. I think we have a policy in place. We have a recommendation on the fire code. To me, it makes sense just to hold on to that for now. But I do really support the idea of having a work session on the connector road policy. Barbara, I think you've brought that up as well. And as early as September, October, I think it's important conversation. It's 47-year-old road connector policy that I think needs a fresh pair of eyes looking at it. So I would
interrupt you, Susan. So thank you for that. And I just want council members to know that I've been keeping a list of these subsequent motions that we want to come back to, and I have that on the list.
Okay.
But the appropriate thing to do at this time, Susan, if you were looking to make a motion, would be to move approval of the resolution of consistency. Or actually, no, sorry. The first thing would be to annex the property. So there's a resolution in previous item that would be a motion to approve the ordinance annexing these properties.
That's an A1.
Attachment A under the annexation agenda item. That's been moved by Susan, seconded by Eleazar. Is there any further discussion? I just want to make sure that also council members that voting on to annex the property with the understanding that we are probably all going to vote to approve this rezoning. Not all, but the council is going to approve the rezoning.
Just because I've been quiet, I would add some comments here because this has been really a long discussion, and I'm ready to move forward with this tonight. But this has really been one of the tougher decisions that we've had before us in a long time, and I think it to me, just to be succinct, this is really work that we have to key in on over the next 6 months in terms of prioritization. I've become really moved that stormwater is this competition between stormwater and density has an answer that I think this process is not best serving. And I think, we have this sort of moral and ideological commitment as a board, or at least I do, and I think it's shared by many of my colleagues, to add units, like to Brian's points, which were really well articulated. I think, the idea of adding units is really important. And the spot that we're in sort of relying on developers to triangulate these standards with density and stormwater, I think really needs close look at our LUO and for our practices here. And so I feel similarly about the connected roads policy. We've talked about that at a little bit more length. But I just offer that just to the folks I've talked to about this at great length. I think this has been really helpful in articulating some things that have not been as present in other discussions over the past year, but I am going to move forward with it with those considerations. So thanks for your patience while I just say where I'm at.
I appreciate that you and some other council members have talked about the importance of, on some of these issues, we need to do work at the policy level
Yeah.
so that we're not doing ad hoc negotiations case by case with every development application that comes around. Because so I think that's a really smart way to be thinking about it, and I hope that y'all will definitely help push those conversations forward, which is why I've been trying to keep track of some of these additional motions for later on. Okay, so we have a motion by Susan, a second by Eleazar to approve the attachment, which is the ordinance which is the ordinance that would annex these properties. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, hold on.
Aye.
Okay.
We'll
Any
do that
opposed,
again.
please say no. All right, that ordinance is adopted. The appropriate next motion would be to approve the resolution of consistency. And this is finding that the rezoning would be consistent with comprehensive plan, et cetera, et cetera. And that is an attachment.
C.
Attachment C
Usual-
under
that's
the
usually-
following agenda item.
This includes our conditions. Is this the one that
That'll be
includes?
next.
Yeah, that's the next.
This is simply noting that the rezoning would be consistent with our adopted plans and policies.
Was the
Barbara?
last motion unanimous?
It was.
I'd like to move attachment C.
I'll second.
It's been moved moved by Danny, seconded by Susan, that we approve the resolution of consistency. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That resolution is adopted unanimously. And then, so the next appropriate step would be to a motion to approve the ordinance rezoning these properties with the conditions listed in the staff report, as well as the additional conditions that I listed and that the attorneys and the staff indicated they understood clearly.
So moved.
Moved by Danny, seconded by Eleazar. Any further discussion?
Wanted to thank the developer for being responsive to some of the neighbors' concerns in terms of stormwater and being willing to increase the detention to the 50-year storm. I know there are a lot of other issues that the neighbors are concerned about, the connectivity one being the main one, but I really hope that when we have that discussion, we can keep these neighbors in mind in terms of really a lot of good points have been brought up, I think, in terms of questioning the connectivity, in terms of climate itself, too. I mean, I've always thought of the connectivity policy as a climate one. So yeah, with that, that was a key condition that I would have needed to vote tonight. So I will be voting for this too.
Thank you, Sammy. Any further comments?
No.
I'm sorry, I did have Randy next on the list, and then I'll go to.
Yeah, I agree. I know that we cannot at this point, make the connectivity policy adjustment But number one, yes, I absolutely think that we need to have the work session to talk about connectivity and really drill down on what this policy means to community. And it's not the same in all areas of the community. That's number one. Number two, I want us to have staff between now and September explore the this question of what kinds of bollards would be acceptable, so that we have the flexibility should something come out of the work session where we would be able to offer up to the Claremont and Lucas Lane folks an option. I don't want to, I can't see this going forward without at least doing a thorough exploration of that and having something in hand. I think the traffic question is going to be, I think it's problematic, and I do think that our policy is not well thought out for where we are now. There are more exceptions than there are rules, and there's a reason why there's so many exceptions. So, I don't have any problem moving forth as long as it's understood that we are going to come back and we're going to really look at this and take to heart the people who are living in a community that have these concerns. So,
Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Haven O'Donnell, for those comments. And just wanted to check in with our fire chief to see if he is aware of anything about these different types of bollards.
Barbara, can I ask, is that something you want to talk about tonight, or is it something we
I mean,
can have
it's
for the
just-
work session?
It's a quick question. If he has
Chief,
any
come on up.
extra information, I didn't know if he had anything.
Yep, Chief is here. Might as well get our value.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Good evening. So I'm trying to pull this number up. So we would definitely be willing to explore. So the fire code, what it says specifically is fire apparatus roads shall not be obstructed in any manner, period. And so I think like for the fire code and the way that we interpret that, we can certainly work with planning staff and see if there are some options. The problem is so what the option is, there's some recently that have come up in conversations. There's nothing that says they have to be locked with a certain type of padlock. So then when we get out, we're not going and unlocking a padlock to lower a bollard. We have to cut the lock. So we're getting bolt cutters to cut a lock. And so now we're significantly increasing that time. So I think we'll be willing to explore it, but I think generally it says shall not be obstructed. I think the only other point that I would like to make is that this is not just for when your house is on fire. So if your house is on fire, yes, we need to get there, but if there's a medical emergency, if there's a car accident, if there's a tree down, if there's a power line down, these are all times that we would be using potentially multiple access points and potentially other departments. So if there is a fire, Chapel Hill is going to be responding with us. So if we use our particular lock, then Chapel Hill can't use that lock and they're not going to be able to access that area. So I think there's a lot that goes into it, but I think generally it's going to be very challenging to meet with some type of bollard or other obstruction because it does speak very clearly to obstructions.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, because I remember you saying something earlier about bollards maybe tearing out some lines under a fire truck or something. Was that something that actually happened to Carrboro?
Yes. So
Okay.
their bollards are they're not bollards, but they are like signs that flop down.
I
You see
know
them at
what you mean.
crosswalks regularly. So that's something we've tried in other places. But like I said, so sometimes you run over them. There's the potential for popping a tire. We haven't done that. But we have actually pulled airlines out from under the apparatus from a sign going down. Once it flops down, it comes back up underneath the apparatus. So there is some potential there. I think there was the only other question that I saw was referencing the sprinkler requirement. So there is something that says that if all units are sprinklered, that there is the potential for an exception. That was not raised in this case based on the density of these houses. There's different fire code regulations kind of all over the place when it speaks to fire access roads. So in Chapter 5, it does specifically say that based on density, based on the potential for obstructions, So if we look at Claremont and Winmore subdivisions, parking, on-street parking creates blocks roads. And so with those considerations, we would not be willing to look at the sprinkler system requirement or the sprinkler system exception would not come into play.
Okay, and thank you, Fire Chief, and just to say to community who has just been really engaged around this particular annexation and rezoning, I just want to say that we all hear you, and we have to do our due diligence. I think everybody has just kind of said that, and just realizing where. There are some conversations that we need to have. And we got some work to do, so.
I do think somebody spoke, I guess, to the data and like injuries. Yes, most of us have dedicated our entire lives to protecting people and to trying to help those that are injured. So we definitely understand and appreciate the concerns and are willing to work, like I said, with planning and potentially during a work session to see if there are any options. But I think it's going to be very limited based on that. But the traffic calming would be an option.
Okay. Yeah, so one more thing, Damon, I'm sorry. And just Mr. Town Manager, just making sure this is queued up in September and just keeping track of what we said here tonight and holding our own feet to the fire, especially as it relates to the connector roads policy discussion and the stormwater control measures.
Yes, I've been keeping a running list of potential work session topics. So we got this one. It sounds like you want to do this in September, the connector policy, to have that ready when you get back.
As I said, we'll get to some further direction on that a little bit later if we can get there. Chief, thank you so much for.
Absolutely.
Do you have a follow-up question, Sammy?
Very quick,
Thank you, Barbara.
Chief.
Yes,
I may be reading the wrong code. It was the 2012 International Fire Code. Is that not the one that you go by?
So yeah, we have 2018 fire code is what we're using.
Okay, that's probably where I got the wrong thing, because you referred to the width, and in that 503.2.1, it spoke to a fire apparatus access road shall have an unobstructed width of not less than 20 feet, exclusive of shoulders, except for approved security gates in accordance with section 503.6. So that's obsolete, I guess.
The regulations are similar. So the 20 feet, it also, let's see if we can pull it. The biggest, so what we're concerned about, and the reason that we would be, we do not believe that narrowing the roads, I guess, is that what you're specifically speaking to? Is
in that section, I know it was in regard to the width of the roads, but it spoke to security gates, which I presumed were like bollards.
No, so security gates would be gates that either open this way or open this way. They have specific apparatus on them so that we use our electronic siren and it opens the gate. So we have to go and test that.
Could we do a security gate there?
I don't know. I can't answer that one.
Okay, that's for a later topic.
Yeah, I think that one.
Okay.
That would be a challenge, I think. Generally, this is on like a commercial property, is where that specifically is enforced, not a residential.
Okay, well, to be
Generally
continued.
speaking.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anything else?
Thanks, Chief. I'm sorry, Susan, you had a question.
This
it
is,
for Chief?
no, it's not. It's just to sort of wrap this up. I think that's where we're heading. But there was just one voice that's been missing, I think, during these public hearings. And it's actually the voice of people who are badly in need of workforce housing. And Brian referred to it. It's teachers trying to that now have an opportunity to walk over to a public Chapel Hill Public High School, a firefighter who has an opportunity to now walk across the road to the fire station, a barista bartender who now has a 10-minute commute to downtown Carrboro. So I do want to just say that what I'm really happy about with this development is the ADUs, the addition now up to 12 ADUs, the duplexes, the triplexes, that are helping us fill that missing middle. I think what we've done here is really admirable. I know there's lots of other concerns that still need to be addressed, but I'm really happy. And I'm also really happy we have this new additional affordable housing unit. So it's been a good evening. Thank you all.
Susan. Okay. Any further comments? We do have a motion, and I have forgotten who made and seconded the motion, but this was to approve the rezoning.
I made it.
It was moved by Danny and seconded by Susan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay. Really appreciate all of you hanging in there with us tonight, those of you who stayed for the whole shebang. And we'll hear more from staff about some additional things that I want to go through here real quick before we go to the next agenda item. First, Mr. Manager, I believe Eleazar wants to make a motion that would request from staff a report on the history and current status of stormwater management in the Claremont neighborhood.
Yes.
This is all phases of Claremont. Is that a clear enough motion for you to understand what we need? Is there a timeline that you think is reasonable for us to receive such a report?
Do you want it over the summer or?
It can be a written report.
We can do it over the summer. Yes, we can get back during the summer break.
We'll add to that. That'll be during the summer recess that we'll receive a written report from staff, a comprehensive report on history and status of stormwater management in the Claremont neighborhood. Eleazar, does that fairly assess what you?
It does.
For a second? Moved by Eleazar, seconded by Danny, that we request that report.
What was the report?
On the history and current status of stormwater management in the Claremont neighborhood.
Got it. We're so close. You got it. We're so close.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Second, Susan was interested in having some more information from staff about our requirement for different kinds of plantings. I'm not sure there's necessarily direction to give here, student, but maybe there's just, maybe we could just first get a report back from staff about what is the current requirement specifically.
In the LUO.
In the land use ordinance. Susan, is there something more you wanted to add?
Well, actually, I'm just going to throw this out. If others would have interest, it would be a work session that would go beyond that. I'm wondering if we need a work session sort of dealing with stormwater, not necessarily procedures, but do we want to be changing our ordinance to 50-year? Do we want to change our, yes.
Back off
yes.
of that real quick, 'cause I thought you were specifically looking at the LUO requirement around landscape plantings.
That would be included in the work session. But
It
I
would
mean, do
also
we
be
want
about
to,
stormwater.
that we would require that as part of an LUO?
I guess I saw those as different issues.
Two separate.
Two separate issues.
I also
Let's-
understand, Mr. Manager, that I thought that we were in the process of a sort of review of our stormwater ordinance requirements. Isn't that not correct? Maybe.
Planning director can answer that one.
First, yes, there is in the projects report, you might remember there's one of the tabs is ordinances, other projects, and there is a tab there for the review of our stormwater provisions and it has been on the kind of the Stormwater Advisory Commission's list of things to do. And so we can revisit with them what their schedule for that might look like for starters, but.
A review by the Stormwater Advisory Commission of existing requirements
Yes.
and potential modifications.
Yes. And then, the comp plan, has a review of our ordinance provisions in general. So there are a number of things in kind of creating we can highlight these or prioritize these things you've noted tonight, but that is a project that we're beginning to sort of scope out, like how would we go about doing that. And Damon probably remembers that we had an set of ordinance, and Randy will too.
A lot of overhauls that happened a few years ago.
Yeah, that's right. So a whole bunch of those were listed out, and we made it through many of them actually, but there's
Some of them I think another challenge that we'll discover too is some of those changes we had to get in under the wire because of some pending state legislation. We have a legislature that is not particularly friendly to stormwater regulation, and so we're going to have to also contend with that. So just be, manage your hopes is what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay, so maybe you want to direct staff, Susan, to communicate with the Stormwater Advisory Commission about plan for reviewing current stormwater regulations in the town and interest in possible modifications to those regulations.
And I think using some of their recommendations for this Homestead Road project would be really helpful. To what extent should those be used in terms of strengthening our regulations?
Mr. Manager, is that direction clear?
Yes, I'll confirm with Trish, but I think I got it, yes.
Okay, so it's been moved by Susan, seconded by Eleazar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Next, Sammy and others would like to have a work session about connector roads policy. This would include all the stuff we discussed with the chief. But in any case, Mr. Manager, the council wants to have a work session about the connector roads policy. Do we need to set a date for that? Or, I mean, I think one thing we need to be aware of to council members is there are limited months between now and the end of the year, right? So is this we've already said we want one in September, or is that this one? That was this one.
That was this one.
September? Okay. Starting to get my motions confused. Okay, so this will be direction to staff to schedule a work session in September to discuss the connector roads policy. Any further comments? Is there a motion? That's by Sammy. Is there a second? By Susan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. Good. Thanks, everybody. We are going to take, I want to say, first of all, we are going to make some modifications to the agenda here, but there are some things we need to get to, and I want to just note that Lori Clark is here, and I believe Donald, is he still here? And I just want to appreciate you both for hanging out with us tonight. We are going to get to your agenda item tonight. We're not going to, I'm not planning to ask council to move that around, so hang tight for 5 minutes while we take a recess. And I'll suggest some other agenda changes when we get back. So please come back at 10:46.
Okay.
Recessed. All right, we are back. We're live. Thanks everyone for hanging in there. Council members, I'd like to propose a few adjustments to the remainder of the agenda. First, I would like to propose that we move the item number 2 under other matters to be item number 1. Is that okay, Mr. Manager? That's the Racial Equity Commission charge. That'll be our next item. I'd like to also propose that we postpone items 4 and 5 for a future meeting. That's the presentation on gas-powered landscaping equipment and the presentation on the police department's quarterly report.
We have those like first thing when we come back.
Those can be on a September agenda if that fits in there. Okay, so is there consensus that we can make those changes? And also, I've informed you that we no longer need the closed session tonight. Yes. Okay. All right. So what we have left is we'll go to the Racial Equity Commission, then we'll do the audit finding, and then we'll do the decision document on the Jade Creek subdivision. And then we will soon after that adjourn. Welcome, Mr. Hawkins. It's good to see you.
I like the bow tie.
All right, Donald.
We want to let the manager introduce
I'll
the item,
introduce it,
and then
yes.
we'll move on to Mr. Hawkins.
The next item is request to amend the Racial Equity Commission charge. The purpose of the agenda item is for the town council to consider the recommendation from the Racial Equity Commission to amend the commission charge. Donald Hawkins II, the Racial Equity Commission chair, will make the presentation.
Welcome, Donald. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me. I'll just make sure it's right. All right, here we go. All right. Thank you for having me. This is our annual review, basically, but we was a couple things we wanted to go over. We looked at the charge a little bit. This year, we wanted to step back and try to figure out what we wanted to do with the commission. And so we made some minimal changes to a couple of the items that were on the original charge. And I believe you have a copy of that as well.
We do, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So, mission and values. We had the purpose. We didn't really change anything to the purpose, so the purpose stays the same. We added a vision to create community where all can thrive, and one which the political, economic, social, and cultural institutions are no longer predicated and influenced by race. And we believe that is something important that we feel needs to be enforced in Carrboro. All right. The mission was part of the original charge. We kept that much of the same. We added some other language. The last sentence, you see the work is grounded in our shared values: teamwork, leadership, devotion, truth, ethics, and accountability. So the history and background of the group, like I said, much was same from the charge, how we started, where we're going, what the council envisions us to do. We had a facilitator come into our group and help us do a lot of things, try to get us some direction, and that helped. So we're just, her name is Brianna Clover, correct? All right, Brianna Clover. All right. And so she came into our group and she kind of worked with us to see what we can do, how we can change, look at our lenses more effectively, stuff like that. All right. So our goals. This is where's a leeway to our goals. This is we wanted to add this into our charge. Goal number 1: the most vulnerable residents of Carrboro have access to fair and equitable housing. I heard a lot of that conversation tonight. That was something that was unsettling a little bit to hear, but hopefully that we could, in the future we can work through that and see where we can get some affordable housing to people of Carrboro. Number 2, Carrboro has clarity on the inequities in the education system and facilities, dialogue amongst leaders in education to plan ways to address the priority issues. I believe you're already doing that. We talked about that, that you talked to the superintendent, and you have a very open line with them in the school system.
I'll say we also, just so you know, Donald, we had representation, actually, I represented the town on the school district's recent strategic plan, which was very much focused on equity and opportunity gaps for students in the system. So yeah, I think that's definitely been part of the conversation. So I'm glad that's in here.
Thank you. All right, so the REC will initiate key collaborations where partnerships contribute to accomplishment of their identified goals. The REC will establish a growth and sustainability plan. This is more towards our new members' intake, not for, any town members or anything, but it's just more about how we can facilitate more growth in our group. I know a lot of our seats are vacant right now, but we're trying to figure out how we could, make it more exciting for people to come in and, be part of our board. 5, Carrboro will directly invest in supporting wealth building for their BIPOC community. And number 6, the REC will emphasize racial equity awareness and education for Carrboro residents and leaders. So under these goals, we have several objectives. I'll just highlight a few. Number 1, which is really important for us right now, is just, again, housing. Trying to make sure that there's affordable housing in Carrboro. I work well with Miss Betty. She's the vice chair right now, and we are just trying to figure out, overall what the new Carrboro looks like, because Carrboro is very growing. There's, a lot more people coming into Carrboro because of the diversity. But we just want to know that everybody's covered. Our objective 1 is to ensure Carrboro has planned to build housing for residents with 30% AMI or below. That's a big one for us right now. So the second one, I kind of hit a couple points on it, but it was more towards the education system, but we could talk more about that later. We haven't really hit on that a lot this year. The next highlight I wanted to go into was number 3. We're just trying to build more leadership with other businesses. I make sure there's fair business trades going on, that these low represented communities or areas in Carrboro are getting the proper business and proper representation they need. Number 4, again, is mostly with our new membership plan. We just want to finalize recruitment plan, identify new members, a way to get more members excited about Carrboro and, equity, and wanted to complete an oral history project. We also wanted to work on that a little bit as well, like what does Black Carrboro look like, or what is old Carrboro, new Carrboro, versus those kind of things like that. Sorry. Number 5, again, was invest in the wealth and for building for BIPOC communities, make recommendations to the town council for establishing pathways to generational wealth for BIPOC, follow up with the town council on the progress of reparations plan, and request that Carrboro create an equity fund. All right, and the last objective was emphasize awareness of the education for Carrboro residents and leaders. I know this. We talked to a couple residents, and I know a gentleman said before that there's stuff online, but where are these meetups at? How can we know more stuff about that? So we're just trying to make sure that stuff that we talk about here tonight, or that you talk about on your regular basis, is getting to the people, and make sure that they're aware of, like, hey, this is the information that you need to know. This is where you need to go. If you can't access that website, here's some other places or people you need to get in touch with. So that's another goal we're trying to get. B, initiate a plan for creating cohesive and connection amongst the Black community of Carrboro, mobilizing our people to get engaged. That's what I said, like, they can't access the internet. Where can else they go to find this information? Where is this information accessible at? Or, who can I talk to? Or agencies, nonprofits, stuff like that. So overall, we're just asking that you amend the goals and our objectives, add these to our charge, and pretty much that's my time. I don't want to take too much time.
That was a great summary, Donald. Thank you so much. I just really want to say I appreciate that you all took some time to work through this
Right.
material, because I know that, it was a brand new advisory board and you had to find your feet, right?
Right,
And
right.
I think it's really important that y'all went through a process to do that, and you worked. It sounds like you had a really good experience working with the facilitator
Right,
and
we
getting
did, we
to this
did.
point. So I'm really grateful for that work and really appreciative of what you've shared with us today.
Yep.
Council members, Barbara, Randy, then Eleazar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for another great presentation. This looks really, really amazing. I just appreciate all the work that went into it. And race equity is one of our big pillars in our comprehensive plan, and so it should be just as out front and center as our climate action work. And so I appreciate you also highlighting that. And so whatever is missing wherever, Mr. Manager, as it relates to what Mr. Hawkins said, to make it more visible, maybe on our website or social or whatever you're asking for, we want to try to make that happen for this commission. And certainly it's hard work. It's going to take all of us, everybody. There is definitely a clear focus and direction with the commission. The one thing about the oral history that I'm going to ask, it has to be done in conjunction with some of our local Black leaders and historians. If it's a story about Black folks got to be there to tell the story.
Right.
And so you absolutely want to connect with some of the folks that are still here while they're still here.
Right.
And get some of the folks like your grandmother.
Yeah,
The intentionality and specificity is there. And also the last thing, I appreciate the transparency, because it's obvious, that you guys have really bared your souls, especially as it relates to fears that people won't take this work seriously, that people won't attach to the work, and the hopes and the personal values that were talked about in the agenda item. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're doing amazing.
All right.
Love the bow tie.
Thank you, Barbara. Next is Randy, then Eleazar.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Donald, for your leadership and Betty's leadership, and what a crew of folks that have worked together. It has been hard work.
Right.
And when I look at this PowerPoint, I'm thinking back to all of the substantive discussions that sometimes we didn't know where it was going, how it was going to turn out. But it was you guys did great work, and I want to applaud Anita for her work and the guidance that you gave, and Brianna. Bree she was phenomenal. I think Barbara just said this, and I think it's important. The REC, and I want everyone to know here that the REC folks are fearful that they're going to do all this work, have this dedication, and it's going to be in vain. And I want us to take as seriously and convey to community the not only the passion for the work that the REC has, but the personal commitment of time and trying to build a foundation for the REC not only to function now, but where it's going to be in the future. So I applaud you for not only putting this presentation together for us, but for the continued leadership and the modeling, because what the REC is doing is modeling the way. So thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Next is Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will echo all of my thanks and congratulations and just acknowledgement of your leadership, Betty's, in doing this work, and everyone on the commission. It's, I know it's not easy work. I know it takes a lot. And I just wanted to say first, thank you so much. And I won't repeat more of what folks have said, but one of the things that I did want to kind of open the door, and in case it's helpful, I feel like you can call upon myself on I'm sure members, my colleagues here, should there be anything that we can do to help you recruit, right? Because one of my biggest things when I was looking at this is that recruitment and making sure that we have everyone at the table that we need to have in order to make sure that this work happens. And a big part of taking it seriously is putting our time and our efforts into also ensuring that that board is fully functioning at the level that it needs to. So I would invite you to just if there's anything that I can do personally, if there's any relationships that maybe I have or y'all are wondering if I have about a specific person or just some additional recruitment, please feel free to reach out. And over the summer, I know that we're not going to be meeting here, so it gives us a little bit more time for some of us to spend on this, right? So I would encourage my colleagues and as well as members of the commission to over the summer just reach out to us in any way that we can support in recruiting for this board. And again, I just thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the town manager recommends that we amend the charge of the Racial Equity Commission as presented in the packet and here by Mr. Hawkins today. Your motion?
Second.
Moved by Randy, seconded by Eleazar. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for waiting on us tonight.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Good work. And
All right. Thank you for your time.
just seeing the fruits of your work.
All right. All right.
Lori, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
The next item is follow-up to the FY 2022 audit finding. The purpose of the agenda items is to provide a status report to the town council on the audit findings to the FY 22 audit. And our finance director, Arch McAdoo, will provide the council with an update.
Welcome, Arch. You want to come up to this microphone next to the attorney and
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you may recall, back in the spring when the auditors presented final audit to us, they had a finding of material weakness in our audit, and that material weakness was basically where we had not given accurate data to the auditors to complete the audit. And the auditors had to do a lot of journal entries to correct the data and stuff. And that was a material weakness. And the council passed a resolution agreeing with the auditor's recommendation that we retain an independent CPA to come in and do reconciliation of all of our funds across fund stuff. We have done that. We retained a CPA from Robert Half and Company who has worked through all of our reconciliations this year from start of the year up through May. Those have been corrected. And they are balanced, and we feel very confident, you know, in where we stand in getting ready for the audit this year. The one of the things that we did was by working with the CPA, we were able to craft some new policies and procedures. And in the agenda abstract, I list those new policies and procedures, and I want to assure you that we are doing those things, and we have been doing those things. It's just that our policies were old, outdated, or non-existent, and best practices call for us to have a written procedure for doing these things, a written template, so that we can be consistent in the way we do those. And we have drafted those. They're still in draft form, but we have begun to use those. We use those in preparing for this year's audit and stuff. And so I just wanted to let you know that I'm expecting a lot better audit this year. The other thing that we asked the CPA to do was to look at the training needs of the finance team. One of the things that I've always done is I've encouraged people to go participate in professional organizations, attend training sessions and stuff. To date, that has been a voluntary basis and stuff, and based on conversations and observations from the CPA, the finance team does need to make sure that we have a process in place to keep our skills current with what's going on in the accounting and finance field. And so beginning next year, July 1, it's almost next year, it will be mandatory that each finance team member attend at least 2 professional events per year. That will not be optional, that will be mandatory for them because things change. Gatsby is busier than ever with sending down pronouncements, even if they don't make sense, but they do them. And we have a responsibility to implement those. And so, and you had asked me to give you a report. This is the report that I'm giving to let you know that we have did everything that you required of us in that resolution. We have made some great progress. And I must say it was, I'm kind of glad that we got to find them because it was an opportunity for us to just stop, look at what we're doing. We're no longer a small organization. You know, I think when I joined the town, I'm not going to say how many years ago, I think we maybe had 2 grants. You know, maybe that total $200,000. And now when you look at the special revenue fund, you look at the affordable housing special revenue fund, the town is growing not only just, you know, in developments and things, but just in the activities that we undertake, you know. And so I was pleased because of having that opportunity. So I would be happy to entertain any questions at this point. Mr. Manager, do you have anything you'd like to?
No, nothing to add. I've met with our CPA, and we've had a very good conversation. I feel very confident about where we are and where we're headed. So,
Arch, I really appreciate this update, and in particular, the fact that you came back to us. We requested a report about how you were going to address the findings of the audit, and you've been really clear and transparent about how you're not only addressing that weakness, but how you're going to prevent it from happening again. And it sounds like, as you said, this was actually a good thing, right? That it gave you the opportunity, you and your team, to make some system-wide improvements that are going to serve the town well in the future. So thank you for doing that. Any further questions for Arch or for the town manager? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept Arch's report.
I'll move. Let's go.
And moved by Barbara, seconded by Randy, that we accept the report on the financial audit findings. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The matter passes unanimously.
Thanks, Arch.
Thank you, Arch.
Good night.
Like, bye.
At the door.
Right. Council members, we are moving on to item number 3 under other matters, which is the decision document for the Jade Creek subdivision permit application. Mr. Manager.
this item is consideration of a decision document related to Jade Creek Architecturally Integrated Subdivision Special Use Permit A at 8522 Old NC 86. And the purpose of the agenda item is for the town council to consider adopting a decision document related to the special use permit A request for property at 8522 Old NC 86. A draft version of the decision document is attached for the council's use.
Hey, so Marty is here. I just want to start out by saying first, Marty, that one of the things I appreciate about this new process that we've started using with the help of the planning department and the attorney and sort of getting us into shape around how we do these quasi-judicial processes is that this was really helpful to see written out and reflecting the conversation that council had, the negotiation we sort of had with the applicant. I just appreciate this as a model for how we do these in the future. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, thanks for saying that. I don't have much to say except that I have the draft document available on screen if you want to refer to it or discuss the wording of any particular conditions. And just to note, I imagine you read it in the agenda item abstract, but they did not express willingness to do the stormwater bond for off-site SEMs, traffic calming measures, or the permanent conservation easement for wetlands. So with that noted, otherwise, all of the conditions are, I believe, included, and you may want to, if you haven't done so, review or discuss the wording of some of them, but otherwise, I think all the topics are covered. I'm available for questions, and the applicant is here as well.
I believe there were a half dozen or so conditions added based on our discussions last time.
Yes.
And then, as you said, 2 or 3 that they were not interested in pursuing, but they did add, was it 15 through 22 were the new conditions. And that includes things like the 100-year storm events and the other things that we talked about.
Yes, the new ones start at number 17 here. I can go over them if you'd like.
Why don't we just see, I think hopefully people have read the new conditions. Why don't we ask council members if they have questions about the document before we proceed. Randy?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge, and I guess, I don't know who do I acknowledge it to, that I did watch all of the proceedings gavel to gavel because I was not here first.
That's
Thank you for noting that. I'd forgotten that you had to miss that meeting.
Oh, I was here, but I wasn't
very
here.
Rare, yeah. Thank you, Randy. Any further questions, Susan?
Just one really quick question of clarification. So the developer not doing the traffic calming, will there still be traffic calming at Blocker Road, but just not within the development, or not at Blocker Road either?
Not at all at this point. That wouldn't preclude the town from, through our usual residential traffic management calming process, at some point in the future doing some type of traffic calming, but there's none proposed at this moment. Yes.
Question, Susan. Thank you. Yeah, this is getting back to a topic we also raised in that previous discussion, which is that process for residential traffic calming. And I think a lot of neighborhoods have been finding it to be pretty cumbersome. So I don't know when we tackle that, but it's just another thing on the list of things that council members have been hearing a lot about, and from a lot of different neighborhoods, not just this one. Okay, other questions about the decision document? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the document, which would approve the permit.
So moved.
Moved by Eleazar, seconded by Danny, that we approve this document. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
Good work. All right. As I mentioned, we don't need the closed session anymore. Any matters by council member Sammy? I think you had one.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, or in council, we, some years ago, got the Gold Soul Smart designation, which is a designation that assures that we meet certain standards to facilitate solar installations. And given recent solar installations that we've seen mostly on our consent agenda, I think it raised this question for me, one, to update, make sure, especially since we have a lot of new inspection staff, but to potentially pursue the platinum designation, Mr. Manager. So I'd just like to make a motion that staff look into that as something to pursue.
For a second?
Second.
Moved by Sammy, seconded by Barbara, that council directs staff to explore the possibility of seeking a platinum designation for the Soul Smart program. Any questions? Mr. Manager, is that Clear?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimous.
And then just another item I thought of after I sent out that email, but it's come up, this has to do with the affordable housing that's managed by nonprofits. I think I would like for us to have a conversation in terms of how to potentially deal with that kind of thing, or maybe at first it would be a memo from our attorney in terms of like what leverage, if any, we have on nonprofits that aren't following their bylaws. Who is the state entity that we would approach? And I think also in lead up to the conversation the mayors and managers are going to have, I think it would be good for Damon to have a temperature check of where we stand in terms of provision of rental housing, which is done by various nonprofits in our community, but it's coming up as a question in terms of this formula that Community Home Trust has for owned housing, and the question of whether that could be extended for rental housing, and how would we do that in a fair way that supports our other housing rental providers too.
But there is going to have to be this discussion at some point about specifically the Community Home Trust interlocal agreement, because we haven't yet tackled that rental issue. I just don't know in what context to do that. We have this larger conversation happening with MMC that, as you know, is kind of stalled, for lack of a better word. Maybe this is an Assembly of Governments thing.
Yeah, but even if it were an Assembly of Government, it would be nice if we as a body could kind of get some kind of agreement so that we were speaking unified, whether it be with the Assembly of Government or your negotiation with the mayors and managers.
Maybe I can consult with the manager about how we can move forward on that.
Yeah, or find out from them when they want to talk about it, and just we make sure we do it before then.
Yeah, Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I thank you, Sammy, for bringing that up. I also think that one of the larger questions we have that we sometimes hear from folks who come before us, and other times we just, we hear through email or people just make calls to us, and that has to do with tenants' rights. And there's a real issue in Carrboro, and we're talking about building all of this affordable housing through rentals, and yet we don't have an appropriate platform for which tenants can, can work through some of their concerns, and we can effectively advocate for them. So I would like to see us, as part of our affordable housing conversation, have a conversation about tenants and tenants' rights.
Yes.
Great, Randy, thank you. Let me follow up with the town manager about those two items and see
Thanks.
with a strategy. All right, if there's nothing further, I entertain a motion to
Motion
adjourn.
adjourned.
Second.
And moved by Sammy, seconded by Eleazar to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Adjourned.
Did you say aye or did you just laugh?
Aye.